Good afternoon, everyone, and welcome to the July 29th meeting of Regina City Council. Before I begin with the confirmation of the agenda, I'm going to ask the clerk to do roll call, please. Mr. Clerk.
Thank you, Your Worship. Councillor Young? Councillor Young, are you present?
Good afternoon, everyone, and welcome to the July 29th meeting of Regina City Council. Before I begin with the confirmation of the agenda, I'm going to ask the clerk to do roll call, please. I think we've had this problem before.
Okay. Councillor Young, are you present? I will go to Councillor Hawkins, please. Might everybody be on mute?
I wonder if, just a reminder for those, when you do want to speak, to unmute your microphone, please. I show Councillor Hawkins as being online.
So I'll start again with you, Councillor Young, please. Councillor Hawkins?
Yes.
Oh,
yes, I'm here.
Thank you. Councillor Hawkins?
Yeah, I'm in here.
Councillor
I'm here
Stevens?
as well.
Thank you.
Present.
Councillor Bresciani?
Present.
Councillor Findura?
I'm here.
Councillor Murray?
Present.
Councillor Bryce?
I'm here also, thank you.
Councillor O'Donnell? Your Worship, I was advised that Councillor O'Donnell may be absent from the meeting.
Okay, that's good. Thank you very much, everybody.
Councillor Mancinelli?
Yes, sir.
Councillor Flagel is here in the chambers, as well as Your Worship. We have quorum with 10 of 11, Your Worship.
Thank you very much, Mr. Clerk. I would like to ask for a confirmation of the agenda with the additions from the clerk's office related to additions to delegations. A motion, please.
Hawkins, so moved at the call of the
Councilor
chair.
Hawkins, seconded by.
Bresciani.
Thank you, Councilor Bresciani. Anyone opposed? Thank you very much, everyone. So I do know that there is a request by Councilor Hawkins to move forward on a notice to waive, a motion to waive notice on his motion. And I'm going to give the floor to Councilor Hawkins to propose why it is an urgent matter. And I'll give you a few minutes to do that, Councilor Hawkins, then we'll vote. There's no debating that motion. It's simply to explain why it's an urgent matter. The floor is yours, Councilor Hawkins.
Thank you, Your Worship. This is a motion that deals with noxious weed controls. We're in the middle of weed season. There's a serious weed problem in my ward, particularly in Harbor Landing, but I know in other wards as well. So on the basis that we have an immediate problem with weeds, on the basis that this situation applies citywide, and on the basis that if this is allowed to go on, it could pose a increased problem for next year, I would respectfully ask Council for a unanimous consent to place this on the agenda.
Thank you, Councilor Hawkins. And just to be clear, this does not bump to the top of the agenda. It simply goes into where the motions are, and yours will be read and dealt with today.
Thank you, Your Worship.
I'm going to ask the clerk to have the vote on the motion, please.
But we're doing this, yeah, that's fine. So, Councillor Hawkins, I will start with you, please.
In favor.
Councillor Young?
In favor.
Councillor Stevens?
In favor.
Councillor Bresciani?
In favor.
Councillor Findura?
In favor.
Councillor Murray?
In favor.
Councillor Bryce?
In favor.
Councillor Mancinelli?
Agreed.
Councillor Flagel?
Yes.
Mayor Fougere?
I vote yes.
It receives unanimous consent, Your Worship.
Okay. Thank you very much for that. I also have a motion that I'm going to ask to be put forward for discussion today to waive notice. This is on motion 18, and it is the renaming of the City Square Plaza, Pat Feckle Plaza. I'm going to just provide a brief overview as to why I think we should debate this today. It is now a matter of public record. The former mayor is aware of this. I believe, and others who have signed the motion, I'm sure believe that the former mayor had a big impact on our city, and I can only mention the three words, I love Regina, to clarify that and change the way how we saw ourselves as a city. that we could do things and felt good about ourselves as a community, and many of the things that he dealt with during his time, that being one of the biggest ones, changed the face of our city with respect to the downtown development plan, the Aurelia Renewal Project, are all with the stadium, are simply all ways that we saw ourselves differently. The former mayor continues to work with our Indigenous community very well, and I think he deserves to have a recognition as previous past mayors have done that. This is not in breach of any civic naming policy. That policy deals with streets and parks, not with buildings that are owned by the City of Regina or places owned by the City of Regina, so it is in keeping with that policy. So I would ask members of council to not delay. There is no reason to delay moving forward today. Thank you, Mr. Clerk.
Thank you. I will start with you, Mayor Fougere, please.
A vote yes.
Councillor Young,
Yes.
Councillor Hawkins,
In favor.
Councillor Stevens.
Against.
It did not receive unanimous consent, Your Worship. It's held over.
Okay, we'll move on to our main report, main motion here. So we'll go for our first delegation. It's a communication from Christopher Strain, and this relates to the exhibition development that's happening. So if I have a motion to accept as a communication DE 20-59, please.
So moved.
Okay,
So moved.
Councilor Findura moves this. Seconder, please.
Hawkins.
Hawkins. Anyone opposed? It's carried. We have next is D 2069. This is the addition to the previous council agenda. Tim Reed from the Exhibition Association is here for questions only. So I'll see if Mr. Reed is available.
Yes, Your Worship, I am.
Okay, we'll just see if there's any questions, Mr. Reed. Any questions of the delegation? You could put your name in the chat room, please. Councillor Stevens has a question. Councillor Stevens.
Thank you. Thank you, through the chair. Thanks, Tim, for joining us. First question, where does this proposed development, the McDonald's, fit into Real's strategic plan?
Mr. Reed.
Thank you for the question, and through the chair, it fits into the strategic plan based on the fact that we wanted to commercialize the west and southern part of the property as an opportunity to provide greater financial impacts to our bottom line, where we could reinvest into capital. The other element specific to McDonald's is, although they're a fast food restaurant, we think that supports some of the initiatives that we have around, frankly, the activity on campus, where frequent turnover, lots of visitation, lots of young families traveling to our facilities. And additionally, as an ag society that was founded in 1884, they're also the largest purchaser of Canadian beef, Canadian potatoes, and Canadian apples. So it also fits very clearly into our agriculture strategy. They purchase $900 million a year in Canadian agriculture products.
Okay, thank you. Through the chair, actually, where does this fit into like real estate planning and potential revenue? Do we lease this land to McDonald's and then yield revenue just by leasing that space?
Mr. Reed.
Through the chair, we do. And so the lease terms are 40 years and at essentially incremental inflation value year over year. So we do see growth over the terms of 40 years. At that point, the land is returned. And so there's a lease value to that. And just to give you perspective, that lease value will change our bottom line earnings by somewhere between 13 and 15% based on the year. So this is a direct financial win for us that we can then reinvest into the property.
Thank you. Through the chair.
Stevens.
There has been some negative public backlash on the McDonald's per se, and I don't want to get into talking about menus here, but in terms of healthy options, you have burgers, pizza, hot dogs, beer on campus already. Is this a right addition? McDonald's are a dime a dozen. Why not look at healthier alternatives or even locally owned and operated enterprises?
Mr. Reed.
I think through the chair, and just to be clear, this is 1 acre of a proposed 40-acre development, and so ironically, this opportunity came faster than we were able to finalize our planning, but it does meet with the development strategy that we have at Rio. And so, without question, we're very interested in bringing local retailers healthy options and unique options to campus. That's been very clear. I think it's a bit of a matter of timing, where this element we do believe fits in the strategy. We actually believe that in the marketplace that we have, it adds value. But this, we hope, will be one of many, not a single standalone item. It'll be part of a greater development that really works on the west side of our property and the south side of our property.
Okay,
Councillor
thank
Stevens?
you. That's all I have. Thank you.
Okay, Councillor Murray, floor is yours.
Thank you through the chair. Tim, thank you for being here and presenting today. The only question I have is there's been a bit of questions around walkability to the site. Would you be able to walk us through sort of transportation, getting in and out of the site, and ensuring that it's walkable for future patrons in the area?
Mr. Reid?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So part of the greater vision that we're working on with our 2.0 strategy actually addresses the connectivity, which I would say right now is less than perfect. You find yourself walking through large parking lots to get to Confederation Park or to get to the various amenities. And so part of our overall strategy will be walkability, bike paths, rollerblading paths, as well as public transit and parking on our campus. And so we're working on that model right now. I would say right now it's not where we want it to be. The board has set a priority within our strategic plan to make sure that our site is accessible and frankly welcoming. And so long term, I think you'll see us remove some of the barriers, some of the fencing we have around our property, soften those hard edges, and make sure that you have the ability to connect from the stadium to Confederation Park to the southwest corner of our property and link to other connectivity in the city. So we're in the process of finalizing that right now, but we definitely have set that as a strategic objective, is to make sure that connectivity, particularly walkability, is at a higher level on our site in the future.
Perfect. Thank you very much. Thank you. The other question I had was just for process for the public to know, was McDonald's Corporation, did they approach Rio and propose it, or was this something that started to go out to a bid as an option for different businesses to get involved? I'm just looking for process.
Mr. Reid?
Through the chair, great question. And so McDonald's actually came at the very early stages of us discussing the future around creating a campus district here that was unique to Evraz Place. And so they did approach us. The response by our board of directors, although the timing was less than perfect, the opportunity was a good one. And so we sought independent pricing from the commercial real estate side that said, what's the reasonable value per an acre of land on this market? So essentially went to market rate. The process was they approached us. Our process in the future, once our final plan is in place, will be that we'll develop the future plan, we'll make it available to all bids, and try to maintain a commercial market rate that's consistent with other parts of the city. And that's what we've done here.
Councillor Murray?
Thank you, Tim, for that. And just also for public record, would it be fair to say that as we go forward, there will be lots of opportunity for locally owned businesses to get involved once we start the development in the area?
Mr. Reid?
Through the chair, thank you for that. And it's interesting because we have 21 locally owned tenants in our facilities today, and often we don't tell that story perhaps as well as we should. So whether it's Western Pizzas or it's Peak Performances or Subways, we have many of those amenities today. So without question, this is 1 acre of a proposed 45 acres that we've talked about building out in our strategic plan. And so anybody that's interested, we've essentially entertained all discussions at this point, and we'd be very open to further dialogue as we start to set our plan. But very much we'd like this to be a celebration of local business and Regina hospitality and culinary experience.
That's the end of my questions. Thank you very much, Tim. That's looking forward to it. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Murray. Councillor Young?
Thank you, Your Worship. Good afternoon, Tim. You were with us at Planning Commission, and you know that we had some discussion about signage. So my question to you is, there are 2 large electric signboards on the campus now that would be better fit with the mixed large market zone. Who owns those signs and how are they used?
Mr. Reid.
Through the chair, and so just for clarity, there's 2 electronic signs which are owned and operated by the Exhibition Association. So one that is outside the Cooperator Center, and then one that would be just off the Louvain entrance. So we use those for advertising of our major events. We also use those for our major corporate naming partners. And so on an annual basis, we do about $3 million in sponsorship deals on this site. And all of those sponsors have an opportunity through that packaging to participate in the advertising. There's additionally one other sign that is a fixed sign on the Louvain side of our property as well, and it has 2 fronts on it essentially. That's rented to a third-party operator on a multi-year lease where they lease the pad site, and then they sell the advertising, and we get a percentage of it as being the landlord. So that one's a bit unique where we get a rent for the use of that sign, but we also get a percentage of sales on an annual basis.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Reid.
Thank you, Councillor Young.
Thank you.
I'd ask members of council to remember to please turn your camera on when you're actually asking questions or speaking. Next speaker is Councillor Hawkins.
Thank you, Your Worship. Thank you, Mr. Reid, for coming forward. I have one question. Can you say anything at this time about job creation in this project, both with respect to construction, but also maybe more importantly, with respect to the ongoing operation of the McDonald's franchise?
Mr. Reid.
Thank you, sir. I think there's a couple elements of this that are advantageous, particularly at these times. McDonald's wants to move very quickly on the construction of this facility, and they've certainly done their very best to be ready to advance this project. So I think there's an immediate opportunity on the capital side where it will create trades jobs. It'll create construction jobs, and that will happen essentially as soon as we go through the permitting process and McDonald's can construct. And that, that is a reasonable sized project at an acre and will create immediate employment within the construction industry. Long term, we actually believe that this will create about 50 full and part-time jobs that will work through the McDonald's. And most of those, given where we're situated, will actually be in the north central region. And so immediately, I think there's a construction win in an industry, frankly, that I believe that needs those opportunities right now. Given COVID-19, long term, I think it'll create 40 years of employment, many part-time staff, over 40 years of employment for 50 people a year.
Important answer. Thank you, Mr. Reid. Thank you, Your Worship.
Thank you, Councillor Hawkins. Councillor Bryce.
Thank you. I also had a question about signage. So what would the signage look like for this McDonald's?
Mr. Reid.
Through the chair, and thank you for the question. Fairly traditional signage at this point. I know we've been working with the planning department on the exact parameters. That being said, McDonald's recognizes their sensitivity just in terms of the Louvain access. Bottom line, though, is it's a traditional pylon sign that you would see somewhere else. It is very important to McDonald's, although McDonald's realizes that there is restrictions given the planning department. So may look a little bit different than you would see based on planning's approval and that process, but ultimately the intent is to be fairly traditional in approach that you would see at a regular McDonald's.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Bryce. Any other questions? Mr. Reid, I have a question related to the sign as well, and it just relates to, at least as was been put into the report, is that the sign as recommended or suggested is actually not allowed under the current regulations, but the administration and you are recommending approval. Is there any flexibility by McDonald's or yourself as to a more muted or different type of sign that isn't reflecting some of the concerns that residents have across Louvain? Any flexibility there, Mr. Reid?
Mr. Chair, I won't speak on behalf of McDonald's, but I would say that they've been strong partners throughout this process. For them, their importance on it is that the sign is visible and that people can recognize that they're there. So I would say I think we would always entertain a discussion given the partnership that we have. But that discussion would also have to recognize that they do want to draw people to their site, and that's important. So yes, I think there's flexibility. I think that flexibility you'd have to bear in mind that McDonald's does want to advertise their location, and that's an important part of their business model.
Good. Great. Thank you for that, Mr. Reid. There are no other questions from members of council, so if you could stand down, please, and we'll go to our next delegation. Thank you, Mr. Reid.
Thank you, sir.
We have three appearing as a delegation together.
But that discussion will also have to recognize that they do want to drop.
Oh, there's some feedback again. Okay. So we have three delegations at once here, Ryan Babby, Wesley Gentle, and Kyle Mazzone. Are you there?
Yes, Wesley Gentle here.
Okay, Wesley, good. Thank you very much. Is Ryan Babby and Kyle Mazzone there as well?
Yes, Kyle Mazzoni here with McDonald's.
Okay. Well, thank you very much. If you could identify who you are, who you represent, you have 5 minutes for your presentation, and members of council may have questions afterwards. So the floor is yours.
Right. Thank you very much, Your Worship. So, good afternoon, and thank you for your time in hearing this discretionary use application for McDonald's Restaurants of Canada's potential 1700 Elphinstone Street project, what is commonly known as the Real Exhibition Grounds. Thanks also to Tim Reid for speaking on behalf of the project as well. Discussing today, as just mentioned, will be Wesley Gentle, Senior Real Estate Manager for Western Canada, Kyle Mazzoni, which is Area Real Estate Manager for Western Canada, McDonald's, and myself as the speaker, Ryan Babby, Associate Vice President of Colliers International, as a representative for McDonald's Restaurants of Canada. As discussed with the Planning Commission, McDonald's is excited to potentially add a new restaurant to the Regina Marketplace, primarily servicing the neighborhood community, the Louvain commuter traffic, and Real Grounds events and staff. As described at Planning Commission, McDonald's is currently employing around 500 people in the Regina area, and this store expects to increase full and part-time staff of at least 50 more within the addition of this store alone. And those are just those jobs, not the construction jobs. Those are all on top. These are long-term community commitments as McDonald's continues to commit into the future in its locations, continually renovating and improving its locations to ensure modern and efficient store operations to serve the community and the environment better. McDonald's strives to be a great community member, and we wanted to address some of the primary concerns that were raised from residents during the city's open period for comment about the project. And first, I already mentioned today, was branding and signage, and that's something of the utmost importance to McDonald's. It's one of the, if not the most iconic brand sign that's in the world, and it's recognizable by everyone. So these restaurants can be found in freestanding facilities, shopping centers, along highways, food courts, and in most markets across North America. So with branding and signage being paramount to McDonald's, the stores are very recognizable, but also they must fit within the developments and occupy the characteristics of the area. And this is something that McDonald's and city administration can work towards together using McDonald's specific branding while fitting into some guidelines set by the city itself. As Tim mentioned, that is something that's being an ongoing discussion. Secondly, regarding pedestrian safety and traffic flow, it's McDonald's primary concern to ensure the safety of its customers, staff, and neighboring businesses' traffic flows. McDonald's, working with the city, is working towards extending of sidewalks, encouraging pedestrian-specific traffic patterns, and ensure pedestrian safety with controlled vehicle access. In addition to contributing to the improvement of pedestrian and vehicle traffic, will be McDonald's incorporating a site design that does not come directly off of Louvain Drive or 11th Avenue, but rather will route traffic entering the site along the eastern or interior side of the site. This will ensure that traffic does not spill into the primary access lanes and causing any barrier to public events at the real grounds. So as you may assume, ease of access is great value to McDonald's, but ensuring positive flow of traffic is just as vital, and we're working with City Administration and Real to ensure the best outcome for all in this category. McDonald's is committed to putting its newest prototype restaurant, a flagship design, created in coordination with global design teams on this site. It will be their A-plus building with the most modern interior decor, McCafe branded exterior finishes, along with the most advanced technologies and platforms in the McDonald's fleet. Upon completion, it will be among the most modern and well-designed stores in Canada. We hope that City Council will support the project moving forward, as Planning Commission did, and McDonald's looks forward to adding more investment into the Regina local economy with this store. And myself, Wesley, or Kyle will be happy to answer any questions City Council may have at this time.
Great. Thank you so much for your presentation. And there are questions. I'll start with Councillor Murray.
Thank you through the chair. Sorry, just get my camera on here. Perfect. Thank you to the chair. Mr. Babby, thanks for your presentation. My question is just on existing McDonald's in the area. You have one on Albert and Dewdney. Does this proposed development affect existing McDonald's franchises that you currently have?
Mr. Babby?
Affected insofar as, would you say traffic or same store sales, or could you maybe clear that up?
Sure. Yeah, I'll clarify. Would you be keeping the same locations, or would you be moving the location?
Mr. Babby?
At this time, there's been no discussion of moving. This would be a net new addition to the city. So new jobs, new store.
Perfect. Thank you for the clarity. Thanks.
Thank you, Councilor Murray. Any other questions of the delegation? There are none, gentlemen. Thank you very much for presenting and answering questions at City Council. You can stand down now, please. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. So I'll ask Councillor Young to introduce the Planning Commission Report D20-66 at 1700 Elphinstone Street, a discretionary use application. Councillor Young.
Thank you, Your Worship. The recommendation for 1700 Elphinstone Street asks for approval of a discretionary use for a standalone restaurant and food beverage at Everest Place, as you've just heard. The recommendation also asks for the approval of an amendment to the Regina zoning bylaw 2019 for signage within Everest Place, changing the zone from public service zone to MLM mixed large market zone signage. And as Mr. Reed shared with us, the digital boards that are there now are either rented by Everest or owned by Everest Place to advertise events that are happening. Information provided to Planning Commission noted that Council on April 29, 2020 authorized the material alterations to Everest Place, allowing these development applications to come forward. Some members of the Planning Commission wanted more information about that plan development, coming to them as part of the background information, stating that it would allow them to make a more informed decision. So while Council was well informed about the plan, Planning Commission was not, and that's something that we took away as something to do in the future. With regard to McDonald's restaurant, questions were posed about traffic, which you also posed today at peak times, as well as traffic patterns on the site, and questions were asked about whether adding another entrance was considered. Signage was a big topic of discussion. A large McDonald's sign was questioned as appropriate for the entrance to Everest and its effect on the residential area across the Louvain. It was also noted that McDonald's signage conforms to other malls and big box sites when they are there, and it fits with the design of the site. They don't all have a large standalone sign. There was a concern that this change in sign zoning could set a precedence for large signage for other developments that come to the site. As Mr. Reed said, there could be up to 40 more. Would we want a large sign like that available to all 40? There were also questions about a common thread for the buildings that will be added to the site and their relationship, but this has to do with the plan when it's completed. Mr. Reed advised the Commission that Council may want to consider communicating with the Board of Everest Place regarding design and signage for McDonald's and its fit with Everest Place and any other information they'd like to share with the Board. Planning Commission approved the recommendation with a 9-to-1 vote, Your Worship, so I ask for concurrence.
Have a seconder for the report, please.
I'll second that. It's Jason.
Okay.
Could I start the debate?
You have a couple minutes left. Yes, go ahead.
Okay. I have two actions for Council's consideration of this report as you speak about it. The first is that an undertaking could occur at the conclusion of the debate on Mr. Reed's advice to send a letter to the Board of Everest regarding future planning and signage, if you choose to do that. The second, I would ask you to consider voting on the signage recommendation, which is number 3, separate from the food and beverage recommendation, since it will impact future signage, not just this development. You may want to deal with this separately. Thank you, Your Worship.
Councilor Young, are you recommending that we deal with this separately, or just leaving it to someone else to
I
decide
am.
that? Okay,
I
so,
am.
so
I am
we'll pull
recommending it.
3 to vote on separately. We do have speakers. Thank you, Councillor Young. We have speakers. Councillor Hawkins.
Thank you, Your Worship. I support this motion. I note the job creation aspects, particularly for people in North Central. I want to note as well that the economic impact the McDonald's will bring is important for the city, especially at this time, but ongoing into the future. I want to mention that this McDonald's project is the beginning of the reimagining of Riel, and that reimagining involves making Riel financially self-sufficient so that they're no longer reliant on grants from the city of approximately $400,000 of taxpayer money each year. So I support the overall conception that Riel is putting on the table to be self-supporting, and I note the fact that it's important to the city that that take place. Finally, I'm satisfied with the answers in terms of flexibility on the sign. So for all of those reasons, I support the proposal.
Thank you, Councillor Hawkins. Councillor Stevens.
Thank you, Your Worship. I would ask administration what the official community plan goals stipulate in terms of food, healthy food, and food availability.
Ms. Harlock?
Through Your Worship. So there is different policies within the plan with respect to food security. I'm just going to pull them up here. And so at this point, as the delegation had indicated in the correspondence, we do talk about food security and being able to find healthy food sources with respect to community gardens and things of that nature. In respect to this, where the report was coming from, it does allow for the development of food options within the neighborhood. And that's why that section was noted within the report.
Councillor Stevens?
Thank you. So we've known about this discussion with McDonald's for some time. We essentially gave the green light for this conversation to proceed. I think we need to have some clear directive from council to both administration and Riel about where we should go in the future regarding food and food options. We can't allow this to just be a fast food location. So I'm going to propose an amendment. And the amendment is that administration work with Riel to ensure that OCP goals specific to healthy food options, food availability, and locally owned enterprises be included in future development considerations on Riel land. And I can send that to Amber right now. If you just give me a moment. If that's clear to enough of my colleagues.
We'll just wait till we see it on the screen, Councillor
Stevens.
Stevens. We'll wait till we see it on the screen first.
Okay.
So it's not clear yet till we see it on the screen.
All right, Amber, just give me 1 second. Peter not playing well here. Okay, it's on its way.
Take a moment to put it on the screen.
I put it in the chat box as well.
We have the motion or the amendment on the screen now. And I'm going to just get my stopwatch out here to time people for 3 minutes on a an amendment. So we need a seconder for that amendment, please.
I'll second Councilor Davis.
Okay. We have a seconder. Okay. So to the amendment, Councillor Stevens, do you want to speak to the amendment before?
Yes, thank you. Yes, Your Worship. So pretty straightforward. I think we need to provide some clear guidance to both administration and REAL, which will ultimately develop the site, as to what we're looking for. Otherwise, every time an option like this comes forward, there's going to be a debate and a public conversation about menus. I think this is about policy and policy direction, and to ensure that there's no uncertainty. So if someone wants to develop on that land, we've approved a concept that we don't come back to an uncertain debate at every council meeting. So this will provide some clear guidance. And this means, or at least it suggests, that we would talk about community spaces, community gardens, other public amenities, in addition to commercial development on that site going forward. And that needs to be part of the strategic plan for the campus. I'll leave it at that.
Any speakers to the amendment?
Councilor Murray here. I'll speak to the amendment.
Okay. Councillor Flagel, 3 minutes on the amendment.
Councilor Murray was ahead of me.
I don't see him on here.
Yeah, right above the amendment.
Okay. I don't see him on my list. Councillor Murray, go ahead.
Sorry. Thank you very much through the chair. I'll support the amendment. It speaks to the nutritional and food security issues that we've experienced in Windsor Park and Washington Place for a number of years, and it's become more of a challenge, I believe, as REAL's proximity to both of those communities. I think it's important that we ensure that there's a lot more options, and I think this does a good job of doing that, although it sounds as though the development would have aspects of this going forward anyways. This seems to firm it up a little bit, so I'll speak in support. Thanks.
Okay. Councillor Flagel.
Thanks. I have a question, and I'm wondering about the OCP and the goals of it across the whole city, because do we determine what kind of restaurants we can open up in the city, whether they're healthy foods or fast foods or fine dining or takeout of whatever, or did we let the market decide what comes?
Ms. Harlock?
Worship, so it is based on the zoning bylaw, and it is the market decides. In this case, this is a city-owned facility to which council has the authority to direct and ask this to the board of directors and to the CEO to look for these types of options. That's the difference.
So if I sit on the board for downtown bid, could we go to them specifically and say we don't want any fast food restaurants down there, we only want healthy foods, and slam them with that and say they can't have anything else through you?
Ms. Harlock?
Through your worship, council has a lot of tools with the zoning bylaw to allow certain types of restaurants and those sorts of things, so we would have to take that away, but it would be difficult to determine what is healthy options and what isn't. McDonald's does have a menu that does allow for some healthy options.
Right.
So to try and figure out where that lies, that would be one of the difficulties.
Thanks. The only problem I have with this is that we're actually trying to dictate food service in a city that we allow them. Anybody can eat what they want. And now we're saying in a specific area, a city-owned facility, that we want to make sure that they eat healthy food. And I don't know that that's correct in our world. If somebody wants to open up and somebody comes along and wants to do the vegan dinners, that's great. But I don't know that we need to be putting a stamp or something on there. I guess asking Real to look at it. But if we decide on this, are we mandating Real to do it, or are we telling them to just take a look at it?
Ms. Harlock?
Through you, your worship, the way it's written to me would be that the Real board and CEO would go away to look at how they could help to achieve this option.
Okay, if that's the way it's laid out, then I'm good. I'm okay with that, but I just don't want us to get into a directive that we're telling you have to sell vegan food when the market's maybe not wanting vegan food in a sports and campus facility. That's all. Thanks.
Thank you, Councillor Flagel. Councillor Bryce?
Thank you. I had some similar questions, but what currently do we do with our city-owned facilities? Do we say what types of food they can serve at pools or at City Hall?
Ms. Harlock?
Through you, Your Worship. So we do when we put out tenders for providers of food services, we ask for a balanced offering.
And would we
Councillor
consider McDonald's a balanced offering?
I think through you, Your Worship, that's one of the things at this point. There is healthy food options that they do have on their menu, and that was what I was indicating. It's trying to find out where on the spectrum, I guess, it would be between balanced.
Councillor
Thank
Bryce?
you. If the board did go back and say, yes, we want healthy options or balanced options, would that have an impact on current providers of food services at Real or the stadium, for example? Like the Tim Hortons and the Subway and the like?
Ms. Harlock?
Through Your Worship, at this point, if there was lease agreements in place, they wouldn't be impacted. But then as they move forward with renewals, I would think that they would have to take into consideration their offerings.
Thank you. What about events that happen there, like, for example, the Queen City X and Agribition and that? Does that change what they're allowed to serve in those sorts of venues?
Ms. Harlock?
Through you, Your Worship, I think the way the motion is worded, it's for Real to look at the options to include healthy food options and availability. So I think that's where the board would have to go back to find out what would be the balance to allow for different food offerings throughout the site. And as you indicated, depending on certain event types.
Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you, Councillor Bryce. Councillor Bresciani? Councillor Bresciani?
Thank you, Your Worship. Thank you. Can you hear me now?
Yes.
Thank you. So I have similar questions. I have a bit of a concern dictating on what we want Real to serve to go back to businesses that they may want to attract to the site. I'll just say that McDonald's now offers salads and wraps and things like that, which some people may say that that's healthy. How do you define healthy food options? I think the second point I want to make is I think it's really, really important to ensure that we understand that when we have big businesses like this, big franchises that come to our city and want to be on a campus like ours here, I think it's great. I do believe we are going to support local. I heard that from Mr. Reid. There's not a percentage in this motion, which I think is a good thing, because I think we would not want to dictate where this is. We can, it could be an undertaking, but if this is just a message going back to the board, but I don't want to get in the middle of things and saying, well, what's the term healthy? Everybody has a different thought on what's healthy food options are. But the second piece is when we get a big chain like McDonald's or anything like this, there's going to be small or the mom and pop local that do want to go around this because it will attract to their business. And I believe Real will have that opportunity to have those small businesses there. So I'm not sure right now I'm going to support this just because of the fact that I think Real has a good understanding. They know what they want there. They're going to have, could be other possibilities of a hotel or whatever is going to be there next. I do think there's going to be, people want healthy options, and I think that's going to be dictated through salads and whatever else is offered. So I'm not sure I'm going to support this. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Bresciani. Other speakers to the amendment? I guess I will say a few things, and I'm not going to support the amendment for a couple of reasons. We asked Gavras to build a strategic plan that talked about becoming sustainable, Average 2.0. This is the first step in many, and I think that to put in the shoulders this kind of a direction based on one small enterprise, which I will say the amendment talks about locally owned enterprises. This actually is locally owned, maybe a chain, but it's actually locally owned, hiring local people. I think the issues of food security transcend this area, and the concept of the OCP is a statement of the entire city. It's not one particular site. So we ask Alvarez to undertake to do this development, the plan that is. They came back with this as a first step, and I think it's being very granular to go to one operation and say it's not meeting the requirements or the spirit or intent of the OCP. I don't agree with that. I think we can add healthy food choice options or food availability. Those are concepts that would transcend any development, whether it's healthy food or not. So I think the directive is clear. The administration is clear on this one too, what the OCP says. So I will not support the amendment. So Councillor Stevens, you want to close debate?
Yes, Your Worship.
You have 3 minutes on the amendment.
Thank you. If there's any place to execute these particular OCP goals, it's on city-owned land, and Real's a place for us to do that. I don't want to dictate specific menus, but as an overarching strategic objective, a campus that is situated on the south end of North Central that is essentially a food desert, we have to think bigger than McDonald's. McDonald's signals commercialization, development, fine, that's the first step. But essentially what we could be seeing is the same kind of fast food, same kind of chain restaurants emerge continuously over the course of development there. This at least would provide a clear direction that we have to think bigger and broader than that, and perfectly in alignment with official community plan goals that we need to be pursuing. So that's all.
Okay, you've spoken, so that's the end of the debate. I'll ask the clerk to do the vote on the amendment, please.
Thank you, Your Worship. With respect to Councillor Stevens' amendment, I will start with Councillor Stevens, please.
In support.
Councillor Bresciani.
Opposed.
Councillor Findura.
Opposed.
Councillor Murray.
Favor.
Councillor Murray.
In favor.
Councillor Bryce.
Opposed.
Councillor Mancinelli.
In favor.
Councillor Flagel.
No.
Councillor Young.
No.
Councillor Hawkins.
No.
Mayor Fougere.
A vote no.
It is defeated, Your Worship, on a 3-7 vote.
Thank you, Mr. Clerk. Councillor Stevens, you have about 3.5 minutes left on the time on the main motion.
Thank you, Your Worship. One other item regarding signage. I know we were going to vote on that separately. I was thinking about a referral motion related to that specifically. Should I say that now or wait till the vote on that item in the Planning Commission report?
We'll wait till we, because rather not alter the main motion, if you're going to do a referral motion, give others a chance to speak. So we'll move on to, now I have some on the list here, on the chat list, have spoken to the amendment, and some have not said this amendment, but it was on there. So I had only one speaker listed on the main motion, that was Councillor Stevens. So other ones, if you just re-enter your name to speak on the main motion. Okay, Councillor Bryce, you're next.
Thank you. I just wanted to speak briefly that we as a council asked Riel to go out and have something so that we're not having taxpayer dollar go in year after year to support this property ongoing. So that's exactly what they're doing. It just happens to be that McDonald's is the first one there, and McDonald's is not a bad thing. It provides employment for our community. It's already been mentioned, the food sourcing around Canadian sources for food. So and the scholarships, the community involvement that McDonald's has is all good things for our community. Yes, it would be great to have local family-owned type businesses there as well, and I think that will come once you have an anchor like McDonald's. So I'm in favor of this. I'm in favor of seeing development of all types of different restaurants, small ones, big ones, sit-down restaurants, takeaway restaurants, all sorts of things here. So this is exactly what we asked them to do, and I'm happy to say yes to this. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Price. Councillor Flego, you're next.
Thank you. I'm in support of this too. I think it's a good idea. It's a needed amenity that the park has. They could, maybe they could have looked at putting it in a building, but I don't think with the drive-through and the convenience and the quick way of getting in and out would have made any sense for that. And as far as the healthy food goes, we've talked about that. The one thing I have a little bit of a concern with is that if we pass this and then we don't pass the signage because of a different, I mean, McDonald's needs their golden arches or whatever. Are we talking about changing the way we're going to put a signage into this, or are we going to for the next one? I guess that's what I want some clarity on it, because if we approve the main report and then deal with the signage after and it's not approved, are we talking about the same piece of property, or is this different?
Ms. Harlock?
Through you, Your Worship, I might start and then I might ask Mr. Fenton, or pardon me, Mr. Searle to go through the signage regulations. But right now, the freestanding signs in the PS zone is up to a maximum of 4.0 meters. What this is recommending is that they would be allowed to have this site have the similar regulations of the MLM zone, which would allow the larger signage up to the 14 meters of height. And then the regulations with regards to signage would follow those regulations with respect to where and how much extra signage can be on the site. So I might ask Mr. Searle to add if he has anything additional.
Mr. Searle?
Yes, through you, Your Worship. Nothing really further to add. Ms. Harlock has explained that we would apply the MLM, and so that would be in consideration of any future signage request. We would review it for compliance with that zoning.
Thanks. So this bylaw does not, the way it's set up right now is they cannot put a 14-meter sign up on the land?
Ms. Harlock?
Through you, Your Worship, that's right. As per page 4 of the report,
Right. Okay.
The PS zoning only allows that smaller signage. So in order to allow for that, that's why the amendment is being brought forward.
Okay, hypothetically, let me just ask this of us or as the group, and I'm going to ask because if we approve the restaurant, it's approved with a smaller sign than what McDonald's generally wants and has on their locations. We then have to go and approve a separate vote to go to a 14-meter, right? Which is their standard size.
If I could just interject here in terms of process, Councillor. If we approve the entire project, it's a 14-foot sign that would go, or a 14-meter sign that would go there. If we have a referral motion, may in some way impact the size of the sign, or to go back and look at another alternative. Or if we pass this without a sign on here, we'd seek the administration's direction whether the construction starts without the sign or the sign comes later. Ms. Harlock?
Yeah, through you, Your Worship. Yeah, you have outlined a few of the different options that can go forward, because the way it is written right now, it would be, I believe, and if I could ask for Mr. Fenton's confirmation, if we did this, it would be for the site, or would the amendment be for this specific use only? So I would just ask Mr. Fenton to clarify that.
Mr. Fenton, can you clarify for us, please?
Thank you, through your worship. The amendment that's put forward would apply to the whole Evraz Place complex, and therefore the MLM zone, the sign regulations relating to the MLM zone would apply to the whole Evraz Place complex, not just the McDonald's site area alone.
Ms. Harlock, you want to
Yeah.
add to this?
Yeah, through you, Your Worship. I just wanted to make sure that is what I had indicated before, and I wanted, because right now, if you wanted to change in the upcoming amendment to just be allow for this site, then we would need to bring the amendment forward just for this application, and then we could do future work with respect, in conjunction with REAL, when they bring new applications forward.
That's good. Councillor Flagel?
And then, if I could through you, and then do we still need to vote on the other sign issue that Councillor Young was talking about, splitting it off? Or is that the amendment we're talking about?
No.
Ms. Harlock?
Through you, Your Worship. So the way the amendment is written right now is if we do this, it will apply to the entire site. So what we would ask is that if you want it to just apply to the McDonald's site, that we just change the wording slightly, or we'd have to bring the amendments to the Regina zoning bylaw back, because I believe in the bylaw, I believe the bylaw is before us now, so we would have to bring it forward later to just be very specific to the McDonald's site.
So we'd have to table the bylaw.
That's right.
And bring it back with an amendment based on our decision that it apply only to this operation versus the entire site.
Right. Okay, I just want to be clear, because I don't want to leave McDonald's and Evraz hanging over a sign and we stop development because the sign is too small or not their standard size. And I don't know what, I think it should all be in one package. And I think right now it's kind of split into two. And we're going to deal with it on a different vote and a different bylaw and an amendment. And I want to make sure we get it all together on one page. So that's all I want to know. Thanks.
Thank you. Councillor Bresciani.
Thank you, Your Worship. Just a couple things that I think when we talked earlier, a key thing here is that, yes, they are a large franchise, which will draw smaller. There'll be a big anchor for some of the smaller businesses to thrive. So I think this is a great first start. The other thing is they do give back to community. McDonald's builds community awareness. So I think it'll be great for that North Central, that area there, and then also, which we talked about and Tim Reed has always talked about, is employability within that neighborhood, which I think is going to be great. McDonald's provides one of the best training grounds for restaurants. So when you work in McDonald's, if you want to go work in another restaurant, you have got great basic training to go to the next steps if that's where you want to work. So again, I think this is a great opportunity. I don't want to stand in the way. I think there's going to be many more. This is only, I think, 1 acre out of the 45, so we've got a lot of other growing to do. So I think this is great, and it's a great start. So I don't want to stand in the way, and I think we can move this forward as soon as possible. That would be great for the community as well. Leave it there.
Thank you, Councillor Bresciani. Other speakers to the main report? I'll speak in favor of the motion. I think this is exactly what we asked Everest Place to do, to come forward with facilities, in this case a restaurant that would generate revenue to support and make self-sustaining Everest Place. So I fully support it. I won't repeat what others have said, but with respect to the sign, I would be supportive of approving the sign as proposed by the administration, but I would want to see the bylaw change so that it doesn't apply to the entire property, because I think that we can run into difficulties there. So I'm not sure if an amendment takes place or a referral motion that asks for that to be done, but I do support the sign as proposed in the report itself, and I look forward to seeing this built as soon as possible. You know, Councillor Bresciani raised this issue of a training ground for those people for moving into the restaurant sector. I'd also add this is actually employment for people in North Central as well, in and around the city. Students going to school, this is a great training ground as well. So I add that component to it as well. I support the application. So, Councillor Stevens, you had a referral motion. I'll give you the floor only to the extent you're going to talk about a referral motion, but it's no longer debate. You've used your time up. On a referral motion, of course, there is no debate. So we'll listen to what you have to say. Councillor Stevens.
Great, thank you. And I just make sure this is right, but ultimately what I was looking for is that signage be referred back to administration and revised to conform with existing signage bylaws.
Does that include the current application?
Yes.
Okay. So see if we have this written down on the screen, then I can make sure that we're all clear as to. Yeah, I know. The issue of the sign is referred back to the administration. Sign application referred to conform with the existing signage bylaws. Do I have a seconder for that, please? Is there a seconder for that? Nope. I'm sorry, Councillor Stevens, we can't proceed with your referral motion. So the direction from the chair who moved the motion on this asked for recommendations 1, 2, and 4 be voted on together and then separately away from 3. So I'm going to ask the clerk to do the vote on recommendations 1, 2, and 4. Mr. Clerk.
Thank you, Your Worship. With respect to the recommendations 1, 2, and 4 in Report CR 2066, I will start with you, Councillor Young, please.
Yes, I approve.
Councillor Hawkins.
In favor.
Councillor Stevens.
In favor.
Councillor Bresciani.
In favor.
Councillor Findura.
In favor.
Councillor Murray. Councillor Murray.
In favor.
Councillor Bryce.
In favor.
Councillor Mancinelli.
In favor.
Councillor Flagel.
Yes.
Mayor Fougere.
I vote yes.
Passes 10-0, Your Worship.
Thank you very much, Mr. Clerk, for that. So before we go to our next item, I just want to go back up to the top of the agenda. A very diligent councillor has raised the point I should get the minutes from June 24th and 30th approved. So I have a motion to accept the minutes from June 22nd and June 30th, please.
I'll move that.
motion.
And a seconder, please.
Seconded.
Seconded, Councillor Flagel. Any discussion, errors, omissions on both the minutes for the June 24th and June 30th? Okay, we'll take those as accepted. Right. Yeah. Okay. Yeah. So we now have to go to recommendation number 3 of the report, which relates to the signage. Now, I will say that there's been some discussion on the floor council related to, and Councillor Flagel, you're the one that actually raised the issue of whether this should apply to the bylaw changes we're making here, to all of the real property or just to this site. So I want to be fair to everyone. We haven't finished voting on this one yet. We've all spoken. If I can get by way of a referral motion to look at that, to come back and vote on that, I would accept that. Ms. Harlech, do you have something you want to say something?
Oh, through you, Your Worship. I was just going to go through the 3 options that council would have with respect to this, because if item number 3 is struck from and voted down, then the PS zoning would take place, and it would be the 4.0 meter height. The other option is you amend this to just have the sign be allowed at 14 meters for the McDonald's site only, or you leave this motion in place, and then that would be for the whole site. Okay. So those referring it back, we just need direction from council on what you want to see.
I'm going to ask for a referral to state why it's a referral, so that it would be clear. It's just another way to get to that level. I just don't want to enter debate again on. We've already finished debate on the main motion, but I do know there's some, I would say, concern or questions here. So I'll give the floor to Councillor Flagel.
Thanks.
Use a referral motion.
I will make the referral motion. I'd like to see us deal with this site only and then deal with the rest of the bylaw as we move forward.
Okay. Ms. Harlock.
Just through you, Your Worship, just to be clear, because I just want to be 100% clear that you would like a bylaw amendment to be brought back which would deal with this site only for 14-meter height
At the McDonald's site.
at the McDonald's
That's
site
correct.
only.
I think it's
That's how the motion should
Yeah,
be
okay.
That's fine.
read, and it would be more of that you would approve the amendments to this as number 3
Right.
with respect to the McDonald's site only for 14 meters. And then next month, we'll bring the bylaw amendment
Right.
forward.
Yeah, that's good.
Okay,
Thank
so
you.
is everyone clear on that? On the referral motion?
Could you please restate it?
We are referring the zoning bylaw back to the administration to clarify that essentially that the McDonald's site will contain the 14-meter sign, but that the rest of the real site will not have the same, it will go back to the previous height for signs for the rest of the real property. Are we clear? What's that? On the referral motion?
Are we doing a referral or a motion? It's a referral.
It's a referral. It's a referral motion. Yes.
You need a motion?
No, let's not get stuck on this because there's many ways we can do this. And the referral motion gets us there. I don't want to open up the whole report to debate again. We've already spoken. The bylaws say you speak once on the main report. Mr. Holden.
So through your worship, if you amend number 3 to make it applicable to the McDonald's site only, then obviously we then have to re-advertise and bring a bylaw back next month. So that happens automatically as soon as number 3 gets amended.
Okay. Does that delay the project?
It does not.
Okay.
Referring it would slow us down a bit.
Okay.
So making a motion is better than a referral.
Just amend number 3.
Amend number 3. Okay?
Okay, we'll do it as an amendment then.
Sure. I'm
So I
good
need a
with
seconder
that.
for that, please. And I'll allow debate on the amendment only.
Bresciani?
Councilor Bresciani is the seconder. Debate on the amendment.
Your worship, I have a point of order or point
Yes.
of information. So the amendment would be to only allow 14-meter signage for this particular McDonald's. That would then go to public debate. If I vote against that, then it goes back to the main motion, and if I then vote against option 3 as it stands, it would mean it would go down to 4 meters, which is what's allowable in existing PS zoning, correct?
That's correct.
Okay, thank you.
So I think we've debated this so we understand what this is. So I'm going to call the question on the amendment. Mr. Clerk.
Thank you. With respect to the amendment, I will start with you, Councillor Flagel, please.
Yes.
Councillor Mancinelli.
Yes.
Councillor Bryce.
Yes.
Councillor Murray.
Yes.
Councillor Findura.
In favor.
Councillor Bresciani.
In favor?
Councillor Stevens.
Against.
Councillor Hawkins.
In favor.
Councillor Young.
Against?
And Mayor Fougere.
I vote in favor.
The amendment passes 8-2, Your Worship.
That's good. Thank you very much, everybody. We've concluded debate on this report.
Now,
Yeah. Now the vote on the whole report as amended. Mr. Clerk.
Thank you, Your Worship. I will ask for your vote first, Councillor Young.
In favor?
Councillor Hawkins.
In favor.
Councillor Stevens.
In favor.
Councillor Bresciani.
In favor?
Councillor Findura.
In favor.
Councillor Murray. Councillor Bryce.
In favor.
Councillor Mancinelli.
In favor.
Councillor Flagel.
Yes.
Mayor
I
Fougere.
vote yes.
The main motion passes 10-0, Your Worship.
Thank you very much, everyone. So we'll move on to cannabis retailers zoning amendments. We have a delegation, Jill Anderson. Ms. Anderson, are you there? Ms. Anderson, are you there?
Yes, I am.
Good afternoon and welcome to Regina City Council. You have the floor. You have 5 minutes for your presentation, and there may be questions from members of council afterwards. So please go ahead.
Thank you. Hello, my name is Jill Anderson. I'm a lifetime Regina resident. I'm the owner and operator of Tweed, a retail cannabis store located on the corner of Albert and Dewdney. I'm speaking today on behalf of myself and my husband, Dwayne Anderson, who owns another Tweed store located on Quant Street. Thank you for allowing us the opportunity to speak today. I spoke at the Regina Planning Commission meeting on July 8th and relayed some concerns surrounding the city's regulation of the cannabis industry. Today, I hope to reiterate a few of those key points that I spoke about earlier while providing some further context to my original presentation. We're not here to comment on the recommendation brought forward today to make minor wording changes to the zoning bylaw. Instead, we want to address our concerns with the impending changes to the number of retail cannabis stores allowed in the city and the city's approach to cannabis regulation. Only 1 year after legalization, the SLGA announced that they would be moving forward in 2020 with an open market and eliminating the cap on the number of cannabis stores allowed in a municipality. As of September 1st, the market in Regina will be wide open. There was no consultation or discussion with current cannabis retailers before this announcement, and no advance notice. We found out when the public did. We were very surprised and quite disappointed that this announcement was made so soon and felt that SLGA washed their hands of things, and we had no understanding of what that decision was based on. Dwayne contacted the city in February following that announcement because we were concerned about the impact of having several more cannabis stores open. He asked whether the city was going to conduct stakeholder consultations regarding the announcement, and he was told that the city had no plans to engage in public or stakeholder consultation at that time. When he asked why not, he received no response. And we are disappointed to see that 5 months later, the city has still forgone that option. In 2018, City Council actually requested 2 reports on the cannabis industry, both of which were to be brought forward to Council this year. The specifics of those requests are outlined in my presentation. We've been told by the city clerk that these reports are now scheduled to come sometime in 2021, which is after the market is opened up. The city is aware that based on current zoning, there are 25 to 30 possible locations for cannabis stores. And we believe that all of those locations will be filled within the next 6 months to a year if the city allows an open market to proceed. We're personally aware of about 10 entities that have already expressed interest in opening up stores in Regina. And in some instances, they've already placed an offer to lease on some properties. As a comparison, if we look at the market in Calgary, which is similar in governance and has an open market approach, they currently have over 100 stores operating, and they're on track for about 200 within the first 2 years or so of legalization. Having 25 to 30 stores in Regina will create an extremely competitive environment for the current retailers who are still establishing their footing in a new and unstable industry, and an industry which isn't growing at the exponential rate that most initially expected. Legal retailers already face stiff competition from illegal operators, and as the black market still accounts for close to 70% of cannabis purchases. The province seems to believe it's a good idea to let the market decide how many cannabis stores there should be, just like any other free market, and that more legal stores automatically equates to less black market activity. The reality is that the cannabis industry is not just like any other market. It's heavily regulated and it's very prohibitive. Without being allowed to advertise, it's very difficult for retailers to educate and convince customers to move over from the illegal market. People are quite fascinated by the prospect of entering the cannabis industry without realizing the full extent of operating in the space. As we've seen in the past year, several companies have faced the harsh reality that it's much more difficult and it's not as lucrative as they thought. If you want to eliminate the illicit market, you need to ensure that the legal market thrives. But by allowing 25 to 30 stores in a very short period of time, you're only causing an increased competitive market for the legal retailers who are going to be fighting for survival amongst themselves. The current market just can't support that many stores. So in short, we're worried about the viability of regulated stores in Regina if an open market system is enabled.
Ms. Anderson, you have about half a minute in your time left.
Yeah. So this is a legitimate industry that fosters economic activity in the city, but it needs the right approach to sustain it. So we're asking the city to support us by growing this industry carefully We don't want to see a boom and bust, which is occurring in other markets and other levels in the industry. And we, acknowledge it as operators, we're biased towards having fewer stores, and we're not asking the city to disallow more. We're simply asking them to take a thoughtful approach and make an informed decision.
Ms. Anderson, I'll have to stop you there. I'm sorry, you're 5 minutes up. I know you're in the middle of a sentence there, but I do have to stop you there. There may be questions from you, or to you, from members of council that allow you to amplify your answer. Councillor Frandura.
Thank you, Worship, to you. Jill, if you like to, I have some questions for you, but if you like to finish your submission here, go ahead and finish your submission, and I'll ask you some questions.
Samson?
Thank you. Thank you. I guess my point was making was that we're not asking the city to disallow more stores. We're just asking you to take an approach to make an informed decision as to whether an open market is the way to go before that application process becomes wide open in September. We feel that reviewing the requested reports coming in 2021 won't serve any purpose because it'll be too late to change anything. It's determined that changes are needed. And while the city may feel it has no place in regulating the industry, we say it needs to take a leadership role and define what the retail space looks like going forward. So we ask that the city place a moratorium on issuing retail cannabis building permits prior to September's changes until a market assessment is conducted, some stakeholder consultations take place, and the reports requested by council are received and reviewed so that an appropriate plan of growth can be determined. Thank you.
Thank you.
Councillor Frandura.
To your worship, Jill, question, the comments you've made is that a lack of consultation, what do you say to that when you say you would like to have a discussion, be consulted of what the market's like, for us to make a decision to see what the environment is like out there? So what your further comment on the consultation, what that would achieve?
Ms. Anderson?
So, sure. So, with respect to FLGA, they just opened up the market wide. There was no communication with retailers at all. They had indicated that they would consult with us prior to making any changes sometime before, but that never happened. And so, as stakeholders in the industry, to have that happen was, really surprising and concerning. We have valuable information to provide on what's happening in this industry, what's working, what's not. We want to be able to provide some information to the city to say, here's where we think this should go. We'd like to, see you consult with the stakeholders, maybe study some market data, perhaps consult with the police service, just to gather some information so you know that you're taking the right approach before the market opens up.
Okay, thank you for that. And Jill, you mentioned here your last paragraph here that you're looking at moratorium. Would that give satisfaction to the six that are here, that the city will have enough time to, when the three reports come back in Q1 of 21, would that give enough time, or will you be satisfied with going that route?
Ms. Anderson?
Yes, I think so. Right now, we're just trying to, I guess, gain a little bit of time to allow the city to make some informed decisions before everything opens up come September 1st, because on that day, people are going to apply to FLGA for retail permits, and they're going to be applying to the city for building permits at that point as well. And at that time, it's going to be too late for the city to do anything about the number of stores that open. So you're going to see a large influx of stores in a short period of time with no process, I guess, to manage that.
Okay, to your worship, in the report it states that the report will be coming back in Q21. That would include economic impact of legalization of cannabis, and probably the other two reports that then are coming down the pipe as well. You asking for But before that happens, you're asking for some kind of a consultation from the city. I mean, if you've asked the government, SLJ, for communication. I'm not sure how they deal with that. But are you asking city administration to communicate with you?
Ms. Anderson?
Yes, definitely. I think, as I said before, we have been working in this industry for, close to 2 years now. We have, a good sense of what's happening. I think we sort of were thrown under the bus, so to speak, by SLGA when they made their announcement to open it up. I don't know what information they used to make that decision, and to, I guess, have some communication with the city to help the city understand what's occurring in this market and where it's going would be very much appreciated.
Okay. Thank you for that, Jill. Thank you, Worship.
Thank you, Councilor Findura. Councilor Murray, you're next.
Thank you through the chair. Thank you, Bill, for your presentation. During your presentation, you indicated that potentially opening up the market is not the best way to minimize the black market. Would you be able to elaborate on that a little bit?
Ms. Anderson?
Sure. Yeah, sure. So right now, the black market is still really big. It's primarily due to pricing. Legal prices are much higher for the most part. People have been buying illegal for years, and there's really no incentive to stop. Some people just don't want to buy, quote unquote, government weed. Illegal operators don't pay taxes. They have less overhead. They have little staffing costs, no regulatory requirements. And it's going to take some time for the legal industry to grow and take the place of the black market. And until prices fall considerably at the grower level, it's very difficult for retailers to bear the burden of reduced pricing in order to impact the black market. So suddenly having, 20, 30 more stores, we're just going to be struggling to compete amongst ourselves instead of focusing on trying to eliminate the black market. Essentially, each of us is just going to get a smaller piece of the pie, and we may actually see prices increasing to ensure that our margins are maintained when revenues decrease. I just don't think the market is yet big enough to support that many more stores.
Councilor Murray?
Okay, thank you. And have you been able to discuss this at all with the province? You said there was supposed to be outreach and that never happened. Has an association of Saskatchewan cannabis retailers at all been created?
Ms. Anderson?
I've had no discussions with anyone, unfortunately. Nobody was consulted to my knowledge.
All right, thank you very much for your answers. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilor Murray. Councilor Bryce?
Thank you. So I would just like to know, what would you say to other who are wanting to get into the industry, who it kind of sounds like you're wanting to keep the monopoly of the small amount of businesses that are currently open, and not wanting the market to decide how many stores there should be?
Ms. Anderson?
I guess, first of all, I would say that we are not a monopoly, because that would imply one owner. And certainly, no more stores is not what we're saying. We're simply asking the city to take a step back and make an informed decision as to whether an open market is the right approach right now. Certainly, there's probably a number of large chains that are looking to come into the market and open up stores coast to coast. That certainly makes their portfolios look good. Whether or not those stores are profitable or not, I honestly can't speak for them, so I don't really know fully what their intentions are. But we are aware of sort of large, well-capitalized chains based outside of Saskatchewan, I might add, who are looking to gain a presence across the country. So certainly, they will be happy to have the open market.
Councilor Bryce?
Thank you for your answer. Thank you. So you've also made the statement that with more retailers, there's a possibility of the prices increasing, which will increase the illegal market versus trying to get the illegal market shut down. So whereas normally the reverse happens, the more competition, the less the price. So I'd just like to know your rationale behind that.
Ms. Anderson.
So, sure, I guess in the short term, with more competition, you will likely see, prices go down. But at this point in time, anyways, those prices, I can lower mine only so much until I lose money. Those price reductions need to come from above, starting at the grower level. And, growers, they have extremely high startup costs due to immense regulation on growing practices. So they have made significant investments to build growing facilities. And it's going to take several years for them to recoup their investment and reach a point where they can lower and stabilize their pricing. So until that happens and sort of flows down to the retailers, we can only do so much to sort of combat that influx of more stores. And so, sure, short time, my prices might have to go down to compete with my neighbor a few blocks away. But over time, none of us are going to be able to sustain that. And I think prices may end up going back up, which then is providing ample opportunity for the black market to keep thriving.
Thank you for the answer. You also indicated that that City Council should wait till we get the report back from the administration about this industry before moving ahead with allowing more stores to open in Regina. Is that your point of view?
Ms. Anderson?
Yes, that's correct.
So if administration came back and said, we're able to give you a briefing that's a short report on this by September, and then give us the information that we need as a council, you're okay with us moving forward then?
Ms. Anderson?
I not quite clear what you're asking, but I guess I would agree with that. However, I guess the point I'm trying to make is if you don't have those reports and have that information in order to make any type of decision before September 1st, then that market is wide open regardless. And I guess essentially as well, by not making a decision or doing nothing, you've made a decision to allow any number of stores to open. And I guess we want to know why the rush. Even going back to SLGA, I'm not sure why that announcement came within a year after legalization, because that's not what they had first talked about. So what is the rush to sort of open this up to, umpteen stores and not give this industry time to sort of establish itself and grow successfully? So you're not seeing, that boom and bust.
Thank you. So just from what you're saying, it is quite evident that you are quite aware that this was a provincial decision, not a city decision. Am I correct?
Ms. Anderson?
That's correct.
Okay, thank you. Which specific reports do you think it would be important for council to know about before moving forward?
Ms. Anderson?
Sorry, can you repeat that?
Which specific information do you feel that's important to council to have before making a decision to move forward with allowing more stores to open in Regina?
Ms. Anderson?
I think it would be important to do some type of economic assessment. Is the current number of stores sufficient? The two reports that I referenced, one of them specifically is asking for the effects on the locations on the black market and determine if that's enough to disrupt that market. Is the current zoning working? I guess, look at other markets, other open markets, see what they're doing, how they're faring. Does it make sense to, proceed with just an open-ended number of stores? I actually recently read a BNN News article that indicated there are now over 1,000 stores in Canada. Alberta has the most with almost 500, and some industry analysts believe that that market is saturated. And some stores are going to start closing due to challenging conditions or lack of opportunity. I don't want to see that happen in Regina.
Councillor Bryce?
Okay, thank you very much for being here today.
Thank you, Councillor Bryce. Councillor Bresciani?
Thank you, Your Worship. My questions were asked. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. Anyone else have questions for the delegation? Thank you very much, Ms. Anderson, for your presentation and answering questions. You're very helpful. You can retire now. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
For members of council, we can have a motion to accept for receive and file Lori Erskie's communication to us that came in later.
I'll move a motion for review.
Councillor Murray and seconder?
Andrew seconded.
Okay. All those, anyone against receiving that as a receive and file? That's carried. Thank you very much. I'll ask Councillor Young to introduce report 20-67, the cannabis retailers zoning amendments. Councillor Young.
Thank you, Your Worship. Several speakers also spoke to Planning Commission, and two were current owners that were opposed to the open market and its effect on their business, and one speaker was looking forward to applying for a license to go into business. So the zoning amendment that we're dealing with clarifies the wording in the zoning bylaw to reflect the actual process and requirements, and that centrally locates zoning bylaw areas to one chapter in the zoning bylaw, making it much easier to find information. The current city bylaw states that final approval from SLIGA is given before they come to the city. The amendment would state that a potential business owner must receive pre-approval by SLIGA before they come to a municipality for approval, and then ask for the final approval from SLIGA. This ensures that applicants are serious and would avoid speculation by landlords. We've already heard about the open market. This means that in September 2020, additional applicants would be able to apply for a SLIGA permit and could then come to the city. A planning commission interchange with administration noted that a larger discussion on cannabis is scheduled for 2021. In light of the speakers who are cannabis owners and their concern about the open market approach, an amendment was proposed by Councillor Stevens, which passed unanimously, which you'll see in the recommendations, to include the economic impact of cannabis legalization when the report comes forward in 2021. Administration clarified for us that the current zoning regulations remain in place with specialized distances and discretionary use, as well as one permitted area, and that's on the chart on page 3 of the report. So a further discussion occurred about how council could limit the number of cannabis outlets if they choose to do so. But that's really not what this amendment to the zoning bylaw is about, and limiting outlets is for council to discuss. Planning Commission approved the recommendations to amend the zoning bylaw unanimously, and we asked for concurrence.
Thank you, Councillor Young. Can I have a seconder for the motion, please?
I'll move, Andrew.
Thank you, Councillor Stevens. Discussion on the report. Councillor Stevens.
Thank you. To administration regarding point 3 in the recommendation, or recommendation 3, sorry. I just want to make sure that what's assumed in this process of analyzing the impact of legalization is the nature of an increased competitive market. Is that something that could be easily included in the analysis through the chair?
Mr. Holden?
Yeah, through your worship, we can include that in that recommendation number 3. That can be done.
Okay, thank you. Through the chair, just so I'm clear on the process, if we approve this, by September then it'll be an open market, and that new license holders can then apply, and we'll see an expansion beyond the 6, correct?
Ms. Hawryluk?
Through you, Your Worship, that is correct. The bylaw amendments will make it aligned with the province, and it will open the market.
Okay. So if we wanted to pursue another option, which is being proposed by one of the delegates, which is study first and then make a decision, in terms of process through the chair, would it simply be a matter of referring this entire report and directing administration to come back along with the economic impact assessment?
Ms. Hawryluk?
Through you, Your Worship, we've had this discussion, and the administration's recommendation is that if council wish to go down that route, proceed with the recommended zoning bylaw amendments today, but that a new motion be added to this report, and I'm not sure if the city clerk could put it up, or which would basically instruct the city solicitor to bring a bylaw amendment forward, which would put a moratorium on development permit applications until the report is brought forward to council. So the reason why administration recommends that is that approach is we have to amend the zoning bylaw regardless. We need to make that clear. So that's why it would be good for council to approve these amendments today. But then if you pass that new motion, then it would stop any new businesses from opening until that report is put in place or before
Okay.
council.
Could I then move that amendment, Your Worship?
You can, but we need to have it written down.
Okay.
I'll second that. It's Jason.
Okay. Councilor Murray's a seconder. So on the amendment.
No, that was actually me. It was Councillor Mancinelli.
Oh, was it? Okay. Councilor Mancinelli did. Okay. So on the amendment, Councilor Stevens, you want to speak more on this? You have 3 minutes on the amendment.
Well, through Your Worship, just to say that, you know, if we're going down a private model, I understand the value in just allowing it to be an open market and highly competitive. It wasn't the option I preferred. However, if we're asking for an economic impact assessment, more information, it only makes sense to wait for that information before we finalize. And I think there is some semblance of security to the market that we will see some findings in 2021. The provincial regulations will be in place, and that, depending on the findings, we'll be ready to move ahead with some alterations to our existing rules and regulations. So that's why I'm seeking support for this amendment.
Okay. Councilor Murray.
Thank you, through the chair. So this could be to the mover or it could be to administration. I'm trying to get some clarity on what this looks like in practice. So we currently have individuals or organizations that are coming forward that want to apply. Would this would create the moratorium so they could not apply until the date in September of 2021. That's correct? Apply to.
Are you asking that to the mover or to the administration?
Either, whoever wants to answer it.
I defer that to administration.
Administration?
Through you, Your Worship. So the way that is correct, until council makes a decision with respect to the implications, like the cannabis implications report, if there was applications that would come forward, they would be held, or they would come forward as a discretionary application, and then council would defer them until a decision is made after this report. The idea is that this motion would basically put a moratorium and a hold on not having any new businesses start up
Councilor Murray?
during this time period.
And it would only go until September 2021, the date it has to be allowed provincially?
No.
Ms. Harlock?
Oh, sorry, I think there's some dates misunderstood. The province has approved their legislation. It is effective September 2020, so in just a few weeks. This is that we would bring the report, the cannabis report, in Q1 of 2021.
Okay, so between those two dates, though, no new retailers would be allowed to open.
Ms. Harlock?
That is correct if this motion is approved.
Okay, and the report that I had asked for in 2017, or the date of legalization, my request was to know the effects on the black market. If 6, in our instance, was adequate to affect the black market, it seems as though that's not the case at 70. So I can't support slowing down the growth of it based purely on the effects of the black market. So I can't support it. Thanks.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Murray. Councillor Bryce on the amendment.
Thank you. Just Councillor Murray's last statement is what I was going to make. That if the ultimate goal for having cannabis in our community sold legally is to take it off the black market and make it safer for people, then opening the legal market to other retailers is sort of what we should be doing. If it's just to keep those 6 that are in business now, then that's really not up to us as a community. Our goal for this, and what the federal government said at the time, was to take the illegal market away. So in order to do that, I think having more accessibility to the legalized market is the way to go. I wasn't in favor of opening any cannabis stores, as you all know, but since they're there, if this is the way that we're going to go to get it off the streets, then this is the way we need to go.
Thank you, Councillor Bryce. Councillor Bresciani on the amendment.
Yeah, thank you, Your Worship. So I guess I just want to know, what are we trying to achieve in this report that's coming back? When we talk about economic report, like, what are we really wanting to get out of this report, through the chair?
So the amendment is actually not about the economic impact. That's recommendation number 3 speaks to the economic impact. This one is in addition to that, to wait until we get that report back. Councillor Bresciani?
Yeah, but so I guess but they're asking to wait on this until it says for the retail trade cannabis, which puts moratorium on accepting new retail. I get that, but why? I'm just unclear to the amendment. Why they want to do that?
Councillor Stevens?
Thank you, Councillor Bresciani, for the question. So the point is to have a more complete understanding of the economic foundations of this industry. And from an economic perspective, what would increasing competition mean, period? And to give us some economic guidance on whether or not we should stick with the status quo, be a bit more gradual with how we're opening it, or simply follow the province's direction and just opening up entirely. This amendment and item 3 in the recommendation is really about getting more information about the economics of the industry to provide advice to us.
Councillor Bresciani?
Okay, through the chair. So it's really just delaying the process by 6 months so we can actually have some time to get more information back regarding kind of the economics and obviously maybe to see what other provinces are doing. But now, can I just ask about, in this report, would there be a comparison as to what cannabis stores are being charged and taxed and all that of any revenue that does come to the cities? Is that part of this economic review?
Mr. Holden, do you want to take that one?
So through your worship, Councillor Bresciani's question is really starting to move into the provincial jurisdiction in terms of revenues and taxation on GST and those sorts of calculations, which we clearly don't have the authority over. So that's difficult for us to do.
Okay. the license fees that we've made, that we've created, what does it cost to open up, what is the license to open up a cannabis store? To the chair?
Ms. Harlock, or do you?
I thought there was.
Okay.
Ms. Harlock?
Through you, Your Worship, I might ask Mr. Kocher to answer that question.
Okay. Go ahead.
Through Your Worship, could I get you to please repeat the question?
Sure.
Councilor Bershani?
Thank you. Just what is the license to open up a cannabis store?
The price of the
Currently-
license.
What's the cost?
Mr. Kotcher?
Through Your Worship. Currently, the city doesn't have commercial licenses for cannabis retailers. In general, the city doesn't typically have commercial business licenses. So they would just be the typical building permit and fees. Or if it was a discretionary use, depending on the zone, then they would have to pay the applicable discretionary use fee.
Councilor Bershani?
Okay, so I understood that there was other cities that it was a license, it was quite high compared to what we were charging. Was that not the business license, or there was no fee to open up a store? There was nothing that they had to apply to the city for?
We don't have a business license here. Saskatoon has a significant charge to theirs. Councilor Bershani, they reduced it, but it was quite large. I think about $10,000,
Yes.
I believe, around there.
Right.
Mr. Holden, do you have anything you want to add?
Through Your Worship, I was just going to comment. When cannabis was legalized, we did have the conversation on the floor of council about licensing and the cost of licensing. And it was the position of the administration and through our legal that, consistent with the Cities Act, we were not allowed to, make a profit off a license. So we chose not to introduce. There were other municipalities. I think PA at one point was charging $20,000. And that would have opened us up for a challenge. So as the mayor indicated, we do not have business license. We only have licenses for, pawn shops and gun brokers and those kinds of things. So we don't have a license, but we did discuss it obviously when we introduced this.
Okay.
Councilor
great.
Bershani,
Thank
you're
you for that
almost through your
clarification.
time on your amendment time, just so you know. You're close to
Okay, okay. Yeah, I'll leave it there. My questions were answered. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Councilor Bershani. Councilor Fundura?
Thank you, Your Worship. The amendment that's on the screen, it makes sense now with what the ask is to solicitor to bring the amending bylaw on a moratorium to come back August 26th. Now that makes sense, because I was going to ask the question is that will come back on August 26th for us to debate on that. And then is this report going to come back in 2021 Q1? Are we looking at it right now?
That's what it says.
Okay, so then this makes sense. I would say that we need to know a little bit more in details of what's out there, and I think this will give the 6. But I believe too that. But my question is that the bylaw that we are going to be moving in the next, it's going to go, and so that has to go, and then this bylaw will come back by itself on the 26th. Correct?
Ms. Howard-Lack, I think that's right. Ms. Howard-Lack?
Okay, so that's clear. Okay, thank you.
Okay, next speaker is on the amendment is Councillor Hawkins.
Thank you, Your Worship. I support the amendment. We have coming to council in the new year a couple of reports which are going to address the basic issue of the structure of the market of the cannabis industry, whether it's an open market, whether it's closed market, whether you need more or fewer cannabis outlets, the impact of the sale of cannabis and the market structure that surrounds it. Without that information, it makes no sense to start opening up today or next month the cannabis market. It puts the cart before the horse to vote on market structure when we're going to get information on cannabis market structures in the new year. For that reason, I support the amendment, but I also want to say I am concerned about what's going on in some jurisdictions, such as Calgary, which have an open market, which are seeing cannabis stores and gas stations and corner stores all over the place. So I really do think we need the market analysis that the reports are going to give us before we can open up the market. That's what this amendment does. It says, let's get the market reports before we start issuing new cannabis licenses. So for that, I support the amendment.
Thank you, Councillor Hawkins. Councillor Massanelli?
Thank you. Through the chair, has SLGA informed administration of their rationale behind the changes or any insights or what they're trying to achieve? Has there been any sharing of information?
Ms. Harlock?
Your worship. So we were in contact with SLGA and we just got an email from them, and they did indicate, and I quote, government did not consult with existing retailers but considered a variety of factors when making the decision to move to an open market, including indicators related to health, impaired driving, and criminal activity since cannabis was legalized. Government believes that an open market will help meet customer demand and undermine the black market.
Okay. Interesting to know. I still plan on supporting the amendment. This is a new industry. I agree with the government stance, but to approach this in a slow basis to make sure that we're not saturated and run over with pot shops is probably a smart thing. So I'll support the amendment.
Thank you, Councillor Massanelli. Councillor Flagel on the amendment.
Thanks. The amendment's kind of, I don't know. I have to go back to the McDonald's comment, and I don't think we should be dictating what we should do and what we shouldn't be doing as a city. It's a retail operation. It's a business. It should be there. This one's a little bit different because these people they might be 25 stores investing $50,000 in renovations and supply and everything and going there. Is there an opportunity for us to look at maybe going in fives? And, there's 6 today. Maybe in September we allow 5 to open up. In 6 months, we see where we're going and open up another 5, on and on, and till we get to the magic number of whatever that is. That would be one consideration. I don't know if there's anybody has an answer to that, or if there's something we can I can chew on with that. Ms. Harlock?
Through your worship, if council wished to limit, we would bring a bylaw amendment forward that would only allow. We'd have to limit the number of applications, so we would have to bring a bylaw amendment forward to allow for that.
You're talking on the 26th?
That's right. The amendment would need to change to indicate what you would like us to do with respect to the number.
Right.
This is a moratorium, which means no more.
Right.
If council was wishing to set a limit, then that would be a different amendment.
Thanks. I guess I go back to the McDonald's thing. Is I don't want to dictate retail opportunities for anyone, and yet I do see the side. But at the end of the day, it's not ours, and I agree with Councillor Bryce. It's not up to us to determine how many retails. If 7-Eleven wanted to come and open 40 stores, they would open them up, and if they made it, they made it. If they didn't, they wouldn't. And so there is that point, but I would like to maybe see if the mover would be looking at maybe in this particular case, because we're trying to, suppress the black market, maybe we look at 5 and 5 and 5 and put a number on them 6 months apart or see what's going on. And then that way at least it gives the ones that want these and want to buy in and want to get in an opportunity come September. To look at it. I still feel that through this amendment, this report that's coming out in Tier 1, that I don't know that we weren't in the pot business, and now we are. So as a city, now it's up to us to make these determinations and these rules, and SLGA kind of handed the ball over to us. So I guess it's up to us to decide. Free enterprise kind of hurts sometimes and it stings, but if we can get 5 and 5.
3 minutes are up.
Yeah. Okay, I'm good. If the mover would look at 5 and 5 and 5, or just even 5.
I'd say that's out of order. It's actually contrary to the motion, which is a moratorium, which is no more. So I will rule that
I
out
know,
of
that's
order.
why I'm asking him if you would look at 5, adding 5 at a time.
Yeah, I think it's out of order, Councillor Flagel.
Is it?
Yeah, it's contrary to the motion, is actually effectively a moratorium until the first quarter. What you're asking for is to add more. So I'll rule it. I just talked to the clerk's office. I think it's
Well, we haven't, I'm asking the mover to.
I'm saying that motion, which you're asking for, is out of order, is contrary to his motion, his amendment. So I won't allow it.
What I'm asking.
Your time is up, okay? Councillor Young?
Okay, that makes no sense. Sorry.
Thank you, Your Worship. I have a question for administration. Given the regulations we have now for distancing and discretionary and permitted use, do you have any kind of a number of how many sites could be opened in this city and still be within the regulations after September?
So they're on the amendment now, okay?
Yeah. Okay. So
Ms. Harlock?
the amendment is saying moratorium. So I'm asking, if we don't have a moratorium, then what are the possible number of sites that could be opened?
Ms. Harlock?
Through you, Your Worship. So based on that, it would be estimated that there could be approximately 25 to 30 sites.
Okay, thank you. I think that would be too many too fast, and unless we do something or make a change, that's what would happen. So I'm going to support the motion.
Thank you, Councillor Young. Other speakers on the amendment? So I have a question of the administration, just so I'm clear. Do we have the authority to restrict the numbers? If the province is saying they're effectively opening this up to wide open, do we have the ability to delay or say the number of businesses that can now be open? Ms. Harlock?
Through you, Your Worship, we would have to bring bylaw amendments where it would be a licensing to restrict, just as we do with other licensing, like taxis, for example. We say we have this many licenses, and that would be what we would need to bring forward. I think when we come forward with respect to the report, that will be part of the discussion in the report.
So we are allowed to restrict the number of licenses?
Through you, Your Worship.
Under what the SLGA has said, we are allowed to do that.
Through Your Worship, it's in our jurisdiction to require, we could put in licensing, yes.
Okay. Second question, is there any way that this report could be prepared prior to the first quarter of 2021 into this fall? I'm thinking of having this closer to the time that SLGA regulations change at the end of in September. Mr. Holden?
So through your worship, the reason the report has been delayed is because of the reprioritization of work given, the pandemic and COVID-19. So that's why it's coming later than it was scheduled. Of course, this change in terms of SLGA, the timing isn't great. But it would be tough for us to get it here prior to September 1st. We would like to stick to the outline that we provided.
Just want to know, that's good. So, Councillor Stevens, you moved the amendment. Do you want to close debate on the amendment?
I have nothing further, Your Worship.
Okay, so I will call for the vote on the amendment. Mr. Clerk?
Thank you, Your Worship. With respect to the amendments, I will call upon you, Councillor Stevens, first, please.
In support.
Councillor Young.
In favor.
Councillor Hawkins.
In favor.
Councillor Bresciani.
In favor.
Councillor Findura.
In favor.
Councillor Murray.
Opposed.
Councillor Bryce.
Opposed.
Councillor Mancinelli.
In favor.
Councillor Flagel.
Opposed.
Mayor Fougere.
I'm opposed.
The amendment passes 6-4, Your Worship.
Okay, that's good. So back on the main motion. Next speakers I have is Councillor Hawkins and then Councillor Findura.
Thank you, Your Worship. I have nothing further to add.
Okay. Councillor Fundura.
Okay, thank you, Worship. On the main motion, with this amendment, it's going to help to figure out what we really want to do. I understand the fact that we don't want to stand in the way of business, but at the same time, I mean the alcohol has worked its way through for 80 years, and then finally slowly things are changing. And with cannabis, it's barely been not even a year and a half, and here we go. We are completely turning this thing upside down. So I felt that if we're going to go this fast, we are putting the cart in front of the horse, because I mean we don't have the environmental scan of what's out there. We do not want to stand in the way of business. I agree. The comments are made too as well. It's the gateway drug. Is it going to help with the illegal stuff, having more stores? You heard, and I forwarded email to all the council and mayor about the Calgary allowing convenience stores building onto the gas stations. So you're not really, in that aspect, you're not really encouraging any employment because you're just using the same people that are working at the gas station. And is that what we want? So it is not the point about standing in the way of business. Ms. Howard mentioned about we have licensing, we have bylaws on the taxis, we have other things that we regulate as a city. We have those jurisdictions. So again, I'm going to repeat, we're not saying no to certain things, but we need to have a good scan of our environment, what we're deciding here. We can't just decide. And I'll be happy, and I'm not hearing from the 6 that are here, they're saying, no, we don't want any more. We would like to have an input. They're saying, let us give you input. Let us speak about it to see. And they've been doing a good job on really, because in the policing side of things, there's not really any trouble because they are completely over the top on how they secure things and what they do and all the legal stuff and health and welfare of how they're dealing with the business. So if province opens up, like Ms. Harlag mentioned, that we do have that say, how many licenses. When it comes back and the environmental scan says, yeah, allow 30, I don't see anybody's going to argue with that. But till then, I think this amendment will kind of put a little bit of hold on speculations or whatever, and people will come back with their eyes wide open and figure out that this is either going to work or it's not going to work. I mean, we've been dealing with the taxi industry now forever. And I know, Your Worship,
don't bring the taxi into this, please.
I know, I won't, but I know how much you like that one. Anyways, but so I know that we need to solve this, but we need to figure this out in a proper, educated. I like to make an educated guess than just a guess, and then trying to figure something out when it's going off the rails. So that's my comment. Thank you, Your Worship.
Thank you, Councillor Ventura. Other speakers to the main motion as amended? Okay, I will ask the clerk to do the vote on.
Does Councillor Young want
to?
Does Councillor Young want to finish the vote?
Councillor, you want to close debate on this report?
No, I'm fine, thank you.
Okay, Mr. Clerk.
Okay. Thank you. On the main motion as amended, Councillor Young.
Yes, I approve.
Councillor Hawkins.
As amended, in favor.
Councillor Stevens.
In favor.
Councillor Bresciani.
In favor.
Councillor Fundura.
As amended, in favor.
Councillor Murray.
In favor.
Councillor Bryce.
In favor.
Councillor Mancinelli.
Yes, sir.
Councillor Flagel.
Yes.
Mayor Fougere.
I vote yes.
Passes 10-0, Your Worship.
Thank you very much. So we have 5 bylaws to go through for Councillor Fundura to lead us through those. And then I'd ask we take our break. It'll be close to 3:45 for our 15-minute break. So I'll give the floor to Councillor Fundura.
Okay, thank you, Your Worship. I move, seconded by Councillor Mancinelli, that bylaw 2020-28, 45, 47, 48, 50 be read, introduced and read first time.
Are you, you're excluding 46?
Yes.
You should have said that, okay. We're
Okay, sorry.
excluding 46 for a separate vote?
Yeah, so I'm excluding bylaw number
46.
2020-46.
Okay. Mr. Clerk?
Thank you. Thank you, Your Worship. Council is now considering these bylaws which have been advertised and require a public hearing. Number 2020-28 respecting public notice requirements. 2020-45 to clarify requirements for development permit applications relating to retail trade in cannabis. 2020-47 to allow limited types of residential uses in specific industrial zones. 2020-48 to correct typographical and formatting errors arising from the 5-year review of the OCP. And 2020-50 to require recorded votes at council and committee meetings, and where possible require votes be taken by an electronic or computerized voting system. Because of COVID-19 restrictions, Your Worship, parties wishing to address council were informed of these restrictions and requirements to submit written concerns or comments, and none were received.
Thank you, Mr. Clerk. I'll call the vote on the first reading. Anyone opposed to first reading? Motion's carried. Councillor Fedora.
Thank you, Your Worship. I move, seconded by Councillor Bryce, that bylaw 2020-28, 45, 47, 48, 50 be read a second time.
Any discussion on any of those bylaws? Anyone opposed to those bylaws in second reading? Carried. Councillor Fedora.
Thank you, Your Worship. I move, seconded by Councillor Hawkins, that Council hereby consent to bylaw 2020-28, 45, 47, 48, 50 go into the third reading at this meeting.
Anyone opposed? It's carried unanimously.
Thank you, Your Worship. I move, seconded by Councillor Young, that bylaw 2020-28, 45, 47, 48, and 50 will be read a third time.
Anyone opposed? Motion's carried. So we'll go to bylaw 2020-46. Councillor Fedora. Is that? Oh, was it? Okay, so we're fine with that. That's good. Okay. Okay, so I ask for motion to take a 15-minute break and be back at 5 to the hour. Councillor Flagel, seconder, please. Fedora. Anyone opposed? It's carried. Thank you. Back at 5 to the hour. What's that? Yeah. We're going to make sure we have quorum here first. So just to remind councillors that, of course, we have still quite an agenda here, but our time to finish is 6 o'clock. So if we could keep our comments and everything short and to the point, that would be helpful. Councillor Fedora, we're calling the meeting in order. So, okay, so I'm going to move on to delegation 20-62. And this is John Hopkins from the Regina District Chamber of Commerce. Mr. Hopkins, are you there?
Yes, I am.
Okay, you have 5 minutes to make a presentation. If you can identify yourself, who you represent, you can begin.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Your Worship, members of Regina City Council. My name is John Hopkins, and I am the Chief Executive Officer of the Regina District Chamber of Commerce. I'm here today on behalf of our 1,200-member business organization regarding the report COVID-19 response property tax relief. I want to begin my comments by commending the administration for the report that is before you. In fact, I cannot say enough about the work Ms. Bryden has done in developing the program before you. COVID-19 has had a major impact on the economies of the world, and Regina is not immune from its wrath. Over the past number of months, many businesses were shuttered. Some were able to do some work online or curbside as well as some other ways. However, many had to go dark and have been extremely challenged, and in some cases, COVID-19 has been catastrophic, resulting in businesses closing forever. Our initial request asked for council to consider reducing municipal non-residential property taxes by 25% and that the total amount be paid back by the non-residential sector over a period of 5 years through an increase in the mill rate factor. Under this scenario, all non-residential property owners would see a reduction, but by the same token, all non-residential property owners would pay back the total amount. What we thought was attractive about our request is that all of the funds taken from the reserve would be returned to the reserve by the non-residential class of property. Having said all that, the Cities Act does now allow for that type of action. Over the past number of months, we have worked with the administration on options to help those businesses most in need as well as looking forward. The concept before you borrowed heavily from the City of Edmonton plan. I believe what you have is creative, timely, and most importantly, will have an impact. While we were prepared to work with you on this project, we respect the decision made by the executive committee. What we like about the program is it does fill gaps that are currently not being addressed with other programs like the cost of PPE. We have hosted a series of Zoom calls over the past number of months, and one of the challenges we have heard over and over is PPE costs. Some others include adapting to the new reality of a post-COVID-19 world where safety and consumer confidence will be paramount to success, including the ability to meet customer needs in new ways. In closing, we respectfully request that you support option 3. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Hopkins, for your presentation. Are there questions of the delegation? There are none. Thank you, Mr. Hopkins. You can retire now. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
And I'd look for a report, a motion to receive and file report CM 20-20. This is the administration's preparation of detailed information on eligibility criteria for the program, as well as stakeholder consultation on that program. And this will feed into our report that came from our committee. So if I ask for a motion to receive and file, please.
So moved, Hawkins.
And Councilor Fedora seconds that. I'll call the question on this one. Of course, we can answer questions on this on the main report. All those in favor? Actually, anyone opposed to receiving this in file? Okay, thank you very much, everyone. So we'll go on to report 68. Executive Committee, this is the COVID-19 response property tax relief. Councilor Fedora.
Okay, thank you, Worship. I'll bring CR 20-68. The City Council approved up to $2 million to fund business relief program from the general fund. Do you want me to read the stuff down or just go through? Put together a final adjudication committee, delegate the authority to the Executive Director of Finance, Strategy and Sustainability, and then fourth, administration report back to Council with the results of the grant program. So a little bit of history, Your Worship. On July 8, 2020, the Executive Committee considered attached report EX 2025. The committee adopted a resolution to concur in the communication that the state program be administered by the City of Regina. The administration administrating the program, the city seeks advice and input from representatives from businesses, organizations, and interest parties. The city put together a final adjudication committee, adjudicating application made up of individual knowledge and business sector, but who have no conflict of interest interested in allocating these funds. As a result of the amendment to recommendation 2, the committee also indicates that the following be struck from recommendation number 3, including including using the Regina and District Chamber of Commerce to administer all and part of the program. And the committee seeks concurrence.
Thank you. I asked the administration if they want any comments to be made on the report we did receive and file, which is a supplemental report on some of the criteria used for the evaluation. So, Mr. Lacey, do you want to provide us with some background on that, please?
Yes, thank you, through you, Your Worship. So the information in the supplemental report is a result of us doing some additional refinement of the eligibility criteria as well as the assessment criteria, and the results then of consultation with stakeholder groups with respect to those refinements. So the eligibility requirements that are outlined in that supplemental report really just outline the baseline to participate in the program, while the program criteria are what is used in evaluating the submissions that come in and determination of funding approval. In the consultation process, there was overall support of the proposed program, and coming out of the consultation process as well, the organizations we consulted also provided some feedback on how we should rank the criteria that we have laid out for this program in order of importance and priority, and we do believe that will be helpful in our weighting when we do assess the applications. So with that, I'd be happy to answer any questions.
Thank you very much. So I'd open the floor for comments on report 68, knowing that we had more detailed criteria for the program selection. Any speakers to the report? Councillor Stevens.
Thank you, Your Worship. In terms of the triage program, and I thank administration for the additional details, walk me through how it works. I'm a business in distress. I understand there's a certain number of applications that will be considered every week. I apply in week 1. Tell me how it works if I'm successful, and tell me how it works if there's already a maximum number of applications received for that week.
Mr. Lacey?
Thank you, through you, Your Worship. The way the application intake program will be structured is modeled after Edmonton's. In consultation with Edmonton, they found it to be quite successful. So it is a intake process that every week there will be a certain number of grants available that businesses can submit their application in for that week. And then each week there will be a set allotment of grants that will be issued in that particular week. And there's a number of reasons that we're proposing to structure it that way. One, obviously, as businesses continue to open and they see where their needs are, there's just not a need for them to feel that they have to rush to submit their application within a certain time frame in the middle of August. If in September or whatever they see some needs that they've identified that they want to come forward with, gives flexibility in that piece. And secondly, the reality is Edmonton has told us that the program's been very successful there. And so it'll help us administer the process and get those grants out as quickly as we can. So with respect to the question if there's more applicants that come in that are eligible for the grant than the number of grants that we have available for that week's intake, those applications would be ranked. If the number is 20 grants going out that week, as an example, the top 20 weighted applicants would get their grants that week. And let's say there was 30 that applied in total. The other 10 that were eligible, they would then move into the next week. And then they would be considered in the next week. If there was additional applications that came in the following week, well, then they would be obviously ranked according to what the additional applications were.
Councillor Stevens?
Thank you, through the chair. And also, just to be clear on who's eligible, it would essentially be any registered corporation, whether it's not-for-profit, cooperative, or for-profit entity, right?
Right. It would be, sorry, through you, Your Worship. So it would be any business or organization that occupies or operates out of a non-residential property within the boundaries of the City of Regina.
Okay, thank you. Through the chair, would you have to have recognition of being a valid business, or it could anywhere? Like, you don't even need to be a registered corporation, just to be clear.
Mr. Lacy?
Through you, Your Worship, I might refer that question to Ms. Bryden, who I know has been working a bit more on some of the further detail.
Ms. Bryden?
Thank you, through Your Worship. So it would be any business within the city, and I don't believe all businesses need to be a registered corporation, but certainly we would be reviewing to make sure that they're a valid business that operates in the city.
Okay, thank you. Through the chair, would organizations that are receiving a wage subsidy be eligible?
Mr. Lacy?
Through you, Your Worship. So this program is really intended to fill an identified gap that we believe exists in businesses that are reopening. So it's focused on things possibly like personal protective equipment, or maybe having to do some renovations to have a drive-through, or whatever the situation might be, moving to more of an online presence. So if they are receiving other supplemental assistance, i.e. the salary supplemental program, yes, they would continue to be eligible for this program because it is meant to fill a different need.
Councillor Stevens?
I apologize, my connection just cut out. Could Mr. Lacy please repeat the last sentence?
Yes, through you, Your Worship. So yes, this program is intended to fill a need that's currently out there, and so if a business was receiving another program for another level of government, like the salary supplement program, they would still be eligible for our program.
Thank you. Through the chair, if a company were to demonstrate that they're trying to recruit employees back and they're in competition with CERB and they're going to pay wage rates that are actually lucrative enough, would that be considered in the criteria at all?
Mr. Lacy?
Through you, Your Worship, could you repeat that question?
Yes. So how might you consider an applicant that is trying to compete with CERB and that support? And that's something we know businesses are experiencing. If they were to say, you know what, we're going to pay wage rates that are competitive, and we're going to pay wage rates that actually incentivize people to come back to work rather than relying on CERB, how might that be considered?
Mr. Lacy?
So, to you, Your Worship, perhaps I'll start and I'll ask Ms. Bryden if she has any additional comments. So, one of the criteria, and it would be one of the higher ranking criteria, relates to how these funds would be used to return people to work and create new positions. So, the program is in part focused at helping open up the economy here in Regina and provide employment opportunities by businesses being able to operate in these times. Ms. Bryden, do you have anything? Ms. Bryden, I think, does have an additional comment.
Ms. Bryden, anything to add?
Thank you, through you, Mr. Chair. So that's a double-edged kind of a question in that the grant cannot be used for salaries. So salaries would not be an eligible cost, but the reason for them requesting the grant, if it's to help create more jobs, that would be eligible.
Thank you.
Councillor Steve, you've got about a minute left in your time.
Yeah, final question through the chair. There's a reporting standard included in this report. What's the timeline? When would we see the impact of the grant program? Through the chair.
Mr. Lacy.
Through you, Your Worship, I'll ask Ms. Bryden once again to answer that question, given she is intimately familiar with some of the more details in the program.
Thank you. Through you, Mr. Chair, we would bring back a report in Q1 of 2021 that would show the results of Phase 1, because Phase 1 would end at the end of December of 2020. And then we could bring another report after Phase 2 just to talk about the impacts of Phase 2.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Stevens. Councillor Bresciani.
Thank you through the chair. Just a question. So we've heard from the Hotels Association. They would be eligible to apply for this through the chair?
Mr. Lacy?
Through you, your worship, yes, they would.
Okay, and is there a maximum amount?
I believe that's in the report.
Yes, so through you, your worship, the report does identify 2 phases. So the first phase, the grants are between 1,000 and 2,500, and in phase 2, we're looking at the grants being up to 25,000.
Councilor Bresciani?
Okay. That's all I have. Thank you.
Good. Thank you very much for that. Any other speakers to the report? So I'd just like to add to thank the administration for, first of all, working with the Chamber to do this. And we did change paths a little bit with respect to how the program is administered, and appreciate coming back with the criteria, which is clear and hopefully workable. And we'll find out when we get the first report in the first part of next year. So I do appreciate that very much. Councilor Fundura, to close debate. Okay. Mr. Clerk?
Thank you, Your Worship. With respect to this report, I will call upon you first, Councillor Fundura.
In favor.
Councillor Bresciani.
In favor?
Councillor Stevens.
In favor.
Councillor Hawkins.
In favor.
Councillor Young.
In favor?
Councillor Flagel.
Yes.
Councillor Mancinelli.
And yes.
Councillor Bryce.
In favor.
Councillor Murray. Councillor Murray? Mayor Fougere?
I vote yes.
Carries 9-0, Your Worship.
Thank you, Mr. Clerk. So we will go to our...
Sorry. Former I lost food. I vote in favor.
You vote in favor? Okay. We have our next delegation with respect to events, convention and trade shows, enhancing our ability to attract them. Three people, a delegation together: John Lee, Tracy Fallman, and Tim Reed. Pardon me? Tim Reed is not going to be part of this. Okay, so it's Tracy Fallman and John Lee. Are you there?
Yes, I'm here, Your Worship.
Okay. Is Tracy Fallman there as well?
I'm here, Your Worship.
Excellent. Okay, so together you have 5 minutes for a presentation. For the record, you both identify who you are, who you represent, then you can start with your 5-minute presentation, please.
Great. Thank you, Your Worship, and members of council. Thank you for the opportunity to meet today, specifically about the ECT policy before you. My name is John Lee. I'm President and CEO of Economic Development Regina. Joining me is Tracy Fallman, President and CEO of the RHA, and potentially Tim Reed, President and CEO of REAL. All three of us are members of the ECT Alliance, which also includes representation from Tourism Saskatchewan and the City of Regina. We're a collective of organizations working together to bring ECT to our city and ultimately activating them to bring an even greater ROI to our city. On behalf of my colleagues in the Alliance, I would like to specifically recognize City Admin, and particularly Lori Shelley and Jeff May, who have worked very hard on this policy, and we've been pleased to support it. The ECT sector is a multi-billion-dollar industry in Canada, and Regina continues to punch above its weight, bringing ECT to our city. Tracking these major ECTs requires a significant amount of coordination among our groups, including identifying and assessing these opportunities and working together to put together sophisticated bids. And hosting site selectors and event organizations when they come to our city during this process. Investments in the attraction and hosting of these ECTs is a key factor in the process and becoming more and more competitive. The recommendation put before council is as much about a ECT policy, including a funding commitment, as it is a statement by our community and our city that we are serious about attracting ECT to our city. City's funding investment, in reality, leverages additional significant investments from other sources, including Tourism Saskatchewan our partner, the Hotel Association, event sponsors, organizers, and other stakeholders. It would also allow us to continue to be nimble as we pursue events, conventions, and trade shows for our city. At the same time, it allows council to focus on the many other issues before it. Following the criteria approved by council will help us to pursue events that require quick and sometimes private discussion, but still have a huge impact on the city. Those events bring hundreds of millions of dollars in economic activity, provide major boosts to hotels, restaurants, and retail outlets, create jobs, and make Regina a better place for our community and our citizens. Regina has been and is recognized as a center of excellence. We're very good at this, and we've got awards to approve it. And while those awards are nice, it has been really important to have a legacy we've created for the people of the city, whether it's Everest Place, Mosaic Stadium, or the great work the city did to improve West Canada Lake ahead of the Canada Games, or other events like national rowing and canoeing. So to summarize, in this critical time, the resources are significant resources continue to be invested into attracting events. It is also important, however, to ask why. And to summarize, first, this kind of work doesn't yield overnight success. We've lost a lot of events this year due to COVID, and we're feeling the effects of that. We're working towards next year, and to be quite honest, years 2 and 3 beyond that. Second, we want to just confirm that Economic Development Regina, our board, has identified ECT as one of the 4 pillars for recovery and continued growth. And third, we know that other cities have seen our past success, and they're gearing up to become more competitive. We need to come out of the gate running to preserve our advantage. On behalf of Tracy and I and the Alliance, thank you for the opportunity to talk about the sector. We are available if you have any questions, and we sincerely believe in this sector. And on behalf of the Alliance, we fully support the recommendation being made to Council. And Tracy and I and Tim joins, we'd be more than happy to answer any questions.
Thank you very much for that. I believe that Mr. Reid has also joined us by phone, so he is available to answer questions as well. So I'll open this up for members of council if they have any questions of the delegation. There appears to be none. Thank you all very much for making the presentation. You were very clear. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. So we'll move on to report 20-69 from the Priorities and Planning Committee, Events, Convention, and Trade Shows. Councillor Fendeur, do you want to introduce this for us, please?
Sure. Thank you, Worship. Introduce CR 20-68, recommendation from the Priorities and Planning Commission that City Council approve events, convention, and trade show policy outlined in Appendix A, and its events evaluation trade framework also outlined in Appendix A. Delegate the authority to the city manager. Delegate the authority to the city manager to approve contribution to major events. Number 4 will be approved of, in principle, $225,000 to support the attraction of events, conventions coming to our city. And then then number 5, make a change to terms of reference for the community investment grants reserve as outlined in Appendix C. And instruct the city solicitor to prepare the necessary bylaw. And number 7, including option 1. So the committee adopted a resolution to concur in the recommendation containing in their report after amending the report to read, including option 1. Thank you, Worship.
Thank you, Councillor Fendeur. Can I have a seconder, please, for this? Okay, Councillor Flegel. Okay. So we do have some speakers on this. Start with Councillor Hawkins.
Thank you, Your Worship. I support this, but I have one question for the administration, which may be covered in the report, but I'm having a little trouble getting my head around it. What happened? There's $325,000 in the pot in the first year. Assume that money isn't used entirely in the first year. Does it go over to the second year? Is the pot, does it top up the second year $325,000 grant? What is the maximum amount that can be in the pot in any one year? I hope I've been clear on that, and if I haven't, I'll try again for the administration.
Okay, so Ms. Harlock.
Through you, Your Worship, I might ask Mr. May to go through what the cap, if there is a cap.
Mr. May.
Through you, Your Worship, if there is an unspent amount left at the end of a current fiscal year, it would be closed to the Regina Grants Reserve. And we're proposing that the maximum balance in the Regina Grants Reserve for ECT attraction be $500,000. So if we didn't spend any money, it would top out at $500,000. That's the most that we would be setting aside for this purpose.
Thank you, Your Worship. That answers my question very clearly.
Thank you very much. Other speakers to the report? There are none. I'll ask Councilor Ndura, I'm good. You want to close debate? No, I'm good. Mr. Clerk?
Thank you, Your Worship. I will start again with you, Councilor Ndura, please.
In favor?
Councilor Murray?
In favor?
Councilor Bryce?
In favor.
Councilor Mancinelli?
In favor.
Councilor Flagel? Councilor Bresciani?
In favor.
Councilor Stevens?
In favor.
Councilor Hawkins?
In favor.
Councilor Young?
In favor.
Mayor Fougere?
I vote yes.
Carries 10-0, Your Worship.
Thank you very much. So we'll move on to the Transit Master Plan. We have 5 delegations, and we can begin with Terry Sleva, please.
Yes, good afternoon.
Hello, Ms. Sleva. Welcome to Regina City Council. If you could identify yourself for the record, who you represent. As you know, you have 5 minutes for your presentation. There may be questions afterwards.
Thank you, Your Worship, City Council members, and administration. I'm Terry Sleva, and I live in Ward 10. Amidst all the construction, I would like to address the issue of the Transit Master Plan and its implementation. To start with, I can't ride the bus. Why? As you may know, I'm a community activist who attends many meetings throughout the city on a daily basis. I encounter too many problems that need to be addressed. With the RTS, would I ride the bus if it was more user-friendly and accessible? Resounding yes, I definitely would. Here are some of the reasons I want to ride the bus. The temperature in Siberia recently reached 37.7 degrees Celsius, or 100 degrees Fahrenheit. Sea levels are rising, and scientists tell us that we have just a few years to move aggressively away from fossil fuels if we are to save this planet for our kids and future generations. In 2011, Regina Council adopted the following definition of sustainability for Regina. Regina aims to be a sustainable, four-season community that meets its current needs without compromising the needs and the quality of life for future generations. Right now, we are leaving those future generations a mess that they probably won't be able to recover from. I don't ever want to say to them, I used it all up, there's nothing left for you. We need a paradigm shift away from the car-centric society that we exist in. Public transit is a public right and a public good. We need more people using transit. We also need more buses, especially during the COVID-19. pandemic to prevent it from spreading. Transit also helps prevent air pollution. According to the World Health Organization, ambient air pollution accounts for an estimated 4.2 million deaths per year due to stroke, heart disease, lung cancer, and respiratory diseases such as asthma. I'm sure each of us knows someone who has been affected, or it could be ourselves. Our World in Data, a research group, states outdoor air pollution is one of the world's largest health and environmental problems. I know that running and expanding a transit system costs money. Through modest increases in property taxes, along with municipal levies in things like business licensing or keeping the police budget in check, we can create a system that works for everyone.
Steve, you have 30 seconds.
Without it, council is dooming its stated goals of improving transit ridership, tackling poverty, providing a green economy, and addressing climate change. Recently, the federal government said it would give cities a large amount of money to run transit, and the provincial government needs to match that money.
Ms. Leva, I'm going to have to stop you. You have your 5 minutes. I know that there may be questions from council. We'll ask you to finish off your presentation. We have all read your presentation, but I must ask you to stop at this point. So I'll see if there's questions from members of council. There are. Councillor Flagel.
Thanks, and welcome, Ms. Leva. I will ask if you have anything you just want to close off with, first of all.
Oh, thank you. Anyway, last week, please correct me if I'm wrong, but is the main goal of the 440,000 of the new transit master plan to create a new transit hub, possibly on Dudley Buffalo Avenue, moving the transit hub off 11th is a horrible idea for people who work downtown and markets situated there. If there is one way to significantly diminish RTS ridership, this is it. Please leave the transit hub on 11th Avenue, where it is now, and eliminate the parking spot. Please, city councillors, assist us in creating a better transit system in Regina. Thank you. Sorry I took more time. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Leva, very much for your presentation. Are there questions of Ms. Leva?
I'm still.
Okay.
Yeah, I'm still good.
Councillor Flagel, go ahead.
Thanks, Ms. Leva. Thanks for your comments. Have you had an opportunity to be taken to 11th Avenue with the transit system you're using?
No, I have not, because the way it exists now, I really can't do it.
And why is that?
It would take far too much time.
Okay.
And I was missing all my meetings.
Okay, but you say it would take too much time. What do you mean by that?
Well, waiting for the bus, it's not on, if it was between 15-minute intervals, I would gladly take it up.
Okay.
But the fact is, if I have to wait for an hour, well, what?
Yeah.
I just don't have the time.
Right, okay. What other things would you like to see in the transit study? If I could, that you, through your experiences, might know. I don't know, I don't think we're going to be dealing with paratransit, I'm not sure. Or if we are, what are some of the things we could do to enhance paratransit and make it better for you?
Well, right now, that's just terrible. You have to wait so long to get a ride, and like it's not workable. It's just not workable.
Okay.
For people that want to get to appointments and waiting for an hour and a half to get into an appointment.
Okay.
And then after it, waiting for another hour.
Have you through you, Mr. Mayor, have you had the opportunity to use the taxi service for the different vans that might be available? Have you used those, or have you always stuck with paratransit? Ms. Leva?
I've always stuck with paratransit.
Okay, so would
I'm
you?
I'm aware that there are taxis.
Right. Okay. Just checking. I'm good with that for now. Administration's listening to your answers, and I won't apologize for the construction on Broad Street because we're fixing that up for
no advertising.
better streets.
No. Thank you for that. Any other questions?
We're good. Thank you.
Any other questions of the delegation? Councilor Massanelli.
Thank you very much. Through the chair, thanks for your words, Terry. Are you for or against the transit plan?
Ms. Leva?
I'm sorry, I didn't understand that.
Are you for the planning of the transit, a master plan of the transit, or are you against it?
Ms. Leva?
I just want to see it done now.
Okay.
Obviously, I'm for it to change.
Okay. I'm for it and change too, and I think at the end of the day, we're coming out the same way, so I'll leave it there. Thank you for your words.
Thank you, Councilor Massanelli. Other questions of the delegation? Thank you very much, Ms. Leva, for your presentation and answering questions. And we'll move on to our next delegation, Florence Stratton. Are you there, Ms. Stratton? Can you press *6? Maybe you could press *6 to unmute your phone. Ms. Stratton? Are you there, Ms. Stratton?
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
All right.
Welcome to City Council.
Thank you.
If you could identify yourself, who you represent, you have 5 minutes for your presentation.
Florence Stratton, I'm representing myself. In preparing this presentation, the metaphor throwing somebody under the bus kept coming to mind. Please do not approve the funding of $440,000 for the development of a transit master plan. That would be the equivalent of throwing Regina Transit and its riders under the bus. Regina already has a transit master plan published in 2017. It lays out many of the policies the city needs to adopt to improve Regina Transit. In addition, there is the excellent staff at Regina Transit. They know what needs to be done to improve Regina Transit. Regina Citizens Public Transit Coalition also has plenty of good ideas. Transit is the solution to many of our city's problems, including traffic congestion, downtown parking, traffic accidents. Studies show that transit is safer than driving. Transit is even the solution to texting while driving. Transit is also part of the solution to the global climate emergency, as it cuts carbon emissions. Thus, transit must be a core component of Regina's commitment to make the city 100% renewable by 2050. The challenge is to grow ridership, to get people out of their cars and onto the bus. Increasing ridership means providing better transit. In other words, what Regina needs is better transit, not another expensive, almost $500,000 plan. The good news is that transit ridership is already growing, in 2019 by a whopping 7%. The increases are due to policies adopted by Regina Transit. The challenge is to further grow ridership. Here are 3 recommendations that research shows result in big increases in ridership. More frequent service, a bus every 15 minutes, earlier and later service, and fare-free transit. Fares could be eliminated in stages over a 5-year period. In 2019, Victoria began to offer free service to anyone under the age of 18. This is where Regina could start. Last winter, I heard a heart-rending story about some Regina High School students who were often unable to get to high school in winter because their families could not afford the youth bus pass. Such improvements to Regina Transit will be expensive. Where will the money come from? For starters, the nearly $500,000 earmarked to develop the new master plan could instead be invested in Regina Transit. Another piece of good news, the federal government recently announced it will be providing $8 billion for municipal transit systems. I hope Council is acting to secure some of this money. According to city documents, the focus of the proposed new master plan is to align a proposed downtown transit hub with other city plans. Currently, the downtown transit hub is 11th Avenue by the Cornwall Center. This is where it should and must be located, as it is where the majority of those of us who use transit are headed. Moving the transit hub away from 11th Avenue would be another example of throwing Regina Transit and its riders under the bus. A new transit hub would also be expensive. Please invest the money instead in improving transit. Regina Transit is subsidized by local taxes, but so too are private vehicles. As the 2017 Transit Master Plan notes, historically a large portion of Regina's transportation budget has been dedicated to roadways. Indeed, for the period 2012 to 2016, 82% of the city's transportation capital budget allocation went to roadways capital programs, while only 15% was allocated to public transit. We can't afford to keep subsidizing private vehicles at this rate. That, too, is an example of the city throwing Regina Transit and its riders under the bus. It is also a clear indication of the need to revise the metaphor. Buses aren't the problem, private vehicles are. In addition to costing taxpayers huge amounts in subsidies to pay for infrastructure, they have many hidden costs, including accidents, congestion, air pollution, and climate change. How about we start saying throwing somebody under the private vehicle? Please don't throw Regina Transit and its riders under the private vehicle. Do not approve the funding of $440,000 for the development of a transit master plan. Please also commit to making a sizable investment in Regina Transit. How about 50% of the 2021 transportation capital budget allocation? Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Stratton, for your presentation. I'll see if there's questions from members of council. There are not. You made yourself very clear. Thank you very much. You can retire, and we'll go to Mackenzie Cadillac. Are you there? Mackenzie Cadillac, are you there?
Yeah, I'm here.
Great. Thank you very much for appearing before City Council. If you could identify yourself, who you represent. You have 5 minutes for your presentation, and Council may have questions afterwards.
Thank you. Hello, and thank you, Mayor and City Councilors. My name is Mackenzie Cadillac, and I would like to speak with you today about our city's transit solutions for the future. Your hearts are in the right place with wanting to design a better transportation master plan and wanting to get as much of the right information for that going forward, as well as wanting to hire a private consultant to create this new plan. But I urge you that we must listen to the citizens of Regina and hear what they have to say first. The changes that need to happen to better the transit system are well known by the people it affects most, our transit users, as well as the Regina citizens who do not currently use the transit system because of its lack of accessibility. There is an extensive list of barriers that affect transit riders today, many solutions for a better and greener future. Changes can be made sooner rather than later. Why try to recreate the wheel when we can simply connect the spokes? A quick view of some of these solutions may be moving all private vehicle parking off of 11th Avenue, increasing transit services by 1 hour in the morning and in the evenings, creating closer intervals at bus stops for residents being able to access the transit more often, creating an express route that runs down Broad Street north to south and one that runs down Victoria Avenue east to west, providing more marketing towards transit use and how-to transit programs. And that's just to name a few. And for those of you who think that transit isn't being used enough, I would like to state that the transit ridership in our city rose by 3.9% in 2018 and 7.1% in 2019. And right now, the federal government is offering millions of dollars for cities to run and improve their transit systems. The City Council needs to get this money from our federal and provincial government. Moving forward, we, the Regina Citizens Public Transit Coalition, would like to work together with City Council for our city's transit plan and its greener future goals. Right now, we are the same distance away from the year 2050 as we are the year 1990. I know what you're thinking. I was also shocked by this realization. But it's just more motivation for us to act now. There isn't a lot of time to be sitting on decisions or ideas, and we need to act sooner rather than later. We need to have a safe and more accessible transit system now if we are going to have a sustainable city to live in by the year 2050. I ask you again, will you meet with our group, the Regina Citizens Public Transit Coalition, and hear some of the suggestions of the struggles transit users have and to discuss solutions? Thank you for listening, and I can try to answer any questions you may have.
Thank you very much for your presentation, and we will see if there are questions.
Okay.
No, there are no questions. Thank you very much. Oh, Councilor Fernandura has one. Just one moment, please.
Yeah.
Just please stay on the line, Councilor Fernandura.
Okay, thank you. Question now, Ms. Kodlak, you in your submission you made a comment here, moving all private vehicles parking off 11th Avenue. Can you give me a little bit more about that comment? What do you?
Ms. Kodlak?
I'm sorry, do I know more about the comment and what?
Yeah, what was your thought? What you're thinking about when you made a comment, moving all the private vehicles off 11th Avenue? Your worship?
Ms. Kodlak, go ahead.
That comment, so that comment was towards, just a minute, there's a bit of an echo. So that comment was towards lots of the congestion that's going on 11th Avenue, and so I've heard concerns from City Council as well as citizens and the transit system workers themselves about the congestion, and so instead of moving the transit hub off of 11th Avenue, where it's working quite well to be there, why not just move the private vehicle parking off of 11th Avenue and just dedicate that to, yes, private vehicles moving through the area, but just having it for bus parking and pedestrian use as well.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Councilor Fernandura.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. You can retire now. Thank you so much for answering questions and your presentation.
Thank you. Bye-bye.
Next delegation is Dan Innes.
Hello.
Mr. Innes, welcome to Regina City Council. If you could identify yourself, who you represent. You have 5 minutes for your presentation, and of course, members of council may have questions afterwards.
Thank you so much. Good afternoon, Mayor and City Councilors. Thank you for taking the time to listen today. Today I'll be discussing the vital relationship between strong mental health and accessible transit. I will be representing today as a mental health advocate and Regina citizen in Ward 3. Growing up in Regina, working in different fields of mental health, and having mental illness struggles myself, I have been able to see how a lack of accessible transit can be detrimental to people's lives. The importance of adequate, safe, and user-friendly transit within our city cannot be stressed enough. Many people use the bus every day to access the different health resources that are needed to literally keep their lives going. Individuals who are battling mental illness and seeking helpful therapy appointments. Someone who's struggling with addictions, going to and from meetings daily, and people who are just trying to reach doctor's appointments regularly. The many people around us being able to get to and from these appointments and resources safely and on time is vital to their success in life. Many may need to get to a minimum of 2 appointments or meetings a day and still get to work on time. With our current transit system, this makes scheduling incredibly difficult. There's enough stressors in a person's life, I don't need to tell any of you that. But for someone who's struggling with mental illness, physical illness, addictions, financial insecurities, or caregiver tasks, the lack of accessible transportation can be a real storm for disaster. So with a better transit system comes more success in all the social determinants of people's lives. And that is what we need in Regina. We need to foster a generation of better transportation, better mental and physical health, and a better environmental consciousness. So please consider the voices of each demographic of our Regina citizens when creating this new transit master plan. Access to transit and all of its definition will help us build the community we need. Thank you for your time. And if anyone has any questions, I'd be happy to answer.
Thank you, Mr. Innes, very much for your presentation, and we'll see if members of council have questions. There are none. Thank you very much for your presentation.
Thank you so much.
Okay, our last delegation is Patricia Nicol. Ms. Nicol, are you there? Hello?
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. Thank you for appearing before Regina City Council. If you could identify yourself, for the record who you represent, you have 5 minutes for your presentation. And members of council may have questions afterwards.
Certainly. Thank you for the opportunity to speak on behalf of ATU 588. I'm Patricia Nicol, recording secretary for ATU 588, and I'm also a City of Regina transit operator. It's my pleasure to speak to you today regarding the city's transit master plan. We believe that the City of Regina has many people within its employ that could be truly helpful with the city's transit master plan. There is no need to hire an outside consultant as you have many employees with more than enough experience to help with the process and make the process work for the city. Some key points to remember when considering the master plan are as follows. Encourage car-owning citizens to use public transit. We understand that this can be quite difficult. Saskatchewan is a personal vehicle society. A possibility is to raise parking fees in the downtown core. At present, it costs an adult to ride the bus $6.50 for a 2-way trip downtown. When a person pays much less for 2 hours of parking, it does not entice the people to use public transit. Also, the possibility to make street parking less available. Moving the parking meters right off 11th Avenue between Broad and Smith Street would be the first thing to do. With the lanes open, it would ensure that all traffic flows freely on 11th Avenue. Since the blockage of 12th Avenue a few years ago, traffic on 11th Avenue has become quite congested, leading to more accidents. This would also make it easier for the transit to flow better downtown. We understand that there would be revenue loss from those meters, but you could move those meters to areas that don't have any. Also, with more transit, there would be more people using the transit system. There would be more revenue there as well. The possibility of adding more express routes. Currently, we have 4 express routes. Route 30, which is the Rochdale University. Route 40, which is the Albert Street Express. Route 50, which is the Victoria Avenue Express. And Route 60, which is the Arcola Express. These routes enable a person to get from point A to point B in a timelier fashion, enticing more people to use the system. Once the express routes were implemented, the ridership did go up. We could also run a campaign to change the stigma of using public transit. Transit is not just a poor man's mode of transportation, it's much, much more. We have one of the newest fleets in the country, making the commute more comfortable. They are exceptionally clean buses that can be used for all walks of life. Perhaps consideration for a discounted pass for downtown core workers to entice them to use the bus instead of starting their car every morning. There are many other campaigns going on throughout the city promoting other city services. Let's get transit on the list as well. Many of our citizens consider the buses a nuisance, wreaking havoc with the morning commute. Perhaps the campaign could put an end to that and get those citizens on our buses instead of in their cars. Talking about the downtown transit hub, we believe that the best place for the transit hub is right where it is now. Removing the parking on 11th Avenue would entice vehicles to drive elsewhere when going through downtown and making 11th Avenue a transit hub. There's also a consideration for technology. Use of technology could help entice the younger people to use transit, such as free Wi-Fi on the buses, the ability to purchase fares and reload cards online, and the ability to pay for fares using mobile devices. These are only a few points to consider. We must get the citizens of our city on board with public transit. It's a clean and consistent mode of transportation. I thank you for your time.
Thank you very much, Ms. Nicol, for your presentation. Is there any questions of member council? There are none. Thank you so much for your presentation. And we'll now look at the main report. This is the Transit Master Plan, CR 20-70. Councillor Fundura.
Thank you, Worship. I'd like to introduce CR 20-70. A recommendation from Priorities and Planning Committee recommends the City Council approve funding of $440,000 for the development of the Transit Master Plan as follows: $100,000 from approved 2020 operating budget and $340,000 from the 2021 operating budget. And two, direct administration to ensure that sustainability, accessibility, and age-friendly lens be applied to the review and consideration of the goals of the Transit Master Plan. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Is there anyone, a seconder for that, please? Councillor Flagel. Okay, we have speakers to report. First speaker is Councillor Stevens.
Great, thank you, Your Worship. To administration, one of the delegates had a good point. Why don't we just do this internally? We have operators, various levels of staff, community members. Why do we have to spend $400,000 on a project like this?
Okay, Mr. Onright.
Through Your Worship, thanks for the question, Councillor. So this plan is going to look at the next 25 years. It also, and maybe just for clarification, this plan isn't about spending $440,000 on the downtown transit hub. That will be a discussion throughout the public consultation, stakeholders meetings, and the work the consultant is going to do. This requires a higher level of expertise. All of the delegations that spoke have commented on being able to be a part of the process. Public consultation is going to be a key component of this project, and there will be lots of opportunity for the public, business owners, people that are Transit Coalition, anybody in the community that wishes to comment or provide input into the consultation process. So there's going to be a lot of opportunity to be able to do this. But really getting back to your question, it does require a higher level of expertise. We need to bring in work that has been done across Canada or across the US in terms of what type of service best fits Regina. We're doing a pilot project coming up in September for a different type of service. It is going to take into consideration greening of transit. So talking about different types of energy sources for our equipment. And it also is going to include paratransit in this study. So paratransit, our customers that use paratransit are going to have an opportunity comment. I heard some comments from the delegations that had come forward today. So hopefully that answers your question.
Councillor Stevens.
It does, thank you. Thank you, Your Worship. I have two undertakings, and basically these are questions that I want to see bolted into the transit plan process. And if these require an amendment, just let me know. The first is, I'd like the consultant to evaluate the assumptions about the role of ride sharing in the last mile. That's one of the arguments that support ride sharing, is that it's kind of the attachment, the end of the bus route. I want that to be evaluated and discussed, especially if we're talking about a 25-year horizon. The second undertaking is that I believe the transit master planning process needs to examine transit service and cost levels that could decrease automobile usage and increase transit and multimodal transportation alternatives. And I'm asking that very explicitly for a reason. So I don't want to just be cobbled together, but I do want the consultant to address and answer that specific issue. Are those both clear through the chair?
Well, we'll see if that's actually in the terms of reference. They may be outside that.
Through your worship.
Mr. Enright?
Through your worship, I'll ask Mr. Bells to comment as they've been working on the outline for the RFP.
Mr. Bells.
Through your worship, on the first question on rideshare and last mile, those are definitely will be items that will be identified and be reviewed in the transit master plan. And I would like Councillor Stevens to repeat the second item that he had there.
Councillor Stevens?
You bet, thank you. Through the chair, that the transit master plan examine service and cost levels that could decrease automobile usage and increase transit and multimodal transportation alternatives. So it's a very specific question that I would like this
Mr. Bells?
to address.
Through your worship, yes, that specific question will be part of our transit master plan and also for the consultant to review. Again, we understand your point, and again, we want to make sure that the service is the most effective and efficient in what we deliver.
Okay.
Again, it's a 25-year plan. It has both short-term and long-term action items from it.
Okay, that's all I have. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Stevens. Other speakers to the report? If not, I'll add 1 point.
Sorry, I do. Sorry.
Oh, you should. Okay. Sorry, Councillor Flavor. Go ahead. I didn't see your name in there.
Thank you. And I'm just wondering, this whole study is going to be, like you said, Mr. Enright, over the next 25 years. And it was, we've had a little bit of a discussion about thinking outside the box. So how far outside the box do we go, or do we go for a normal transit system that's maybe proven and working somewhere else, or do we have these consultants come along and give us a complete new view of how transit should work in a market that's maybe not being utilized as much as we would like it to? And I know we're, 35% return funding to the city and 65 spent. So is there a way that we're going to look at changing the number to 50-50 with this study, or is it still going to be coming back with a few new enhancements, and what are we looking for?
Mr. Enright.
Thank you.
Through your worship. So I think what you see across transit operations, both in Canada and the US, is a changing dynamic in terms of how the service is actually delivered. An example of that is the Pantonium project, which Regina and Saskatoon are undertaking starting in September. And that is a different way to deliver service in probably more of the non-peak or lower ridership routes. That project started in Ontario, in a community in Ontario, has been very successful. We're very excited about being able to implement and move that forward in Regina. You talk about last mile, as Councillor Stevens has indicated. That also is being done in other municipalities that have transit services. So implementing or utilizing ride service agencies or cab agencies to be able to deliver that service on the back end. So I think what we'll see coming out of this work is a lot of options and some opportunities to be able to enhance service. And that will look different. We're experiencing that through our conversations with the Canadian Urban Transit Association, both in Western Canada and across Canada. Just to comment on cost sharing, the split that we have today, we're in that 35 to 37% rider shared and 65% city shared. That is not, that's pretty average across municipalities from what we see. So I'll ask Mr. Bells to comment further.
Mr. Bells, do you have anything further to comment on?
Through your worship, the only thing I would highlight on Mr. Onright's last comments is, again, yes, 35 to 37 range is pretty consistent with our size of our transit system and our city. Even the big cities such as BC's, our Vancouver, Toronto, and Montreal's, they're only in 50 to 55 range, and they have subway systems and large capital investments. So again, yes, this program will look at everything we do in our service delivery and our costs and efficiencies that can be gained with our service delivery.
Thank you. Through you, I just wondered, there was a couple of things that Ms. Sleva and the other delegation brought up in terms of operator input. Are we going to be talking to the operators, and are we going to look at shorter intervals for maybe certain areas? And those would be the two things. I got a couple of little quick points.
Mr. Onright?
Through your worship, definitely there will be operator input. ATU is the union that has the operators, and they definitely will have an opportunity to provide input through the process.
Okay. And shorter intervals, or that'll all be looked at, I assume?
Through your worship, all of that will be a part of this work.
And one other thing is that I remember, I don't know if it was last year or something, there was chitter chatter about putting concessions on the buses to enhance people's ride, talking about maybe vending machines and all that to give people that quick, granola bar type of a thing, and on the buses themselves. Now, during COVID, I think that's going to be tough to do, but down the road, as we're talking 25 years, I've heard people talk about it. I think there's some communities that are doing it. Would it be something that would enhance people to maybe ride the bus more so they could grab a quick, I don't know, hot sandwich? I don't know what's on.
Mr. Onright, what do you think?
Thanks for the question.
It's been asked, so I'll ask you.
We could ask the consultant to ask that in in the public consultation, okay. And I'm not sure whether it would be feasible or not. Yeah, I'm not sure.
I know
the equipment would have to be outfitted, and
thanks. I know I heard
I'm trusting
it here
it's
somewhere.
a little more complex than.
Appreciate it. Thank you very much. Okay. Thanks.
Councillor Murray.
Thank you for the chair. My only question is just around, because this goes out 25 years, I want to ensure, and I want to ask the question around automation. And I want to know, if we're keeping our hand on the pulse of the technological advancements on self-driving and what the opportunities there are.
John Wright?
Through your worship, that definitely will be a discussion throughout with this work. As council is aware, there are driverless autonomous buses out there now that are being tested, so that definitely would be a part of this work.
That's my last question. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilor Murray. Councilor Fundura.
Thank you. Cut me off. There you go. Thank you, Worship. Through you, a question one of the delegation mentioned about 11th Avenue kind of piqued my interest on the taking cars off 11th Avenue and allowing the transit to flow. I know we have discussion with probably downtown to see how that works. I know that we had some difficulty, some questions from the businesses that, because the buses are there, they're kind of interfering with their business. Can I get a little more? The idea is being floated about 11th Avenue being cleared of vehicles parking.
So just want to, I'll let Mr. Arnold will answer, but just to know that's not the focus of the entire report. And that information request by the delegations to ask for that will be part of the review, but that's not necessarily the focus of it.
Okay.
The consultant will come back with the recommendations.
And you don't have to answer if you don't have to.
Mr.
You don't have to answer.
Yeah. Through your worship, that is correct. This will be a part of the review that will be done, is considerations about locations, transfer points, 11th Avenue, and the reason we are asking to have this approved now is there are a lot of construction projects, large construction projects throughout the city coming up, and we want to make sure that we have a good transit plan which will take into consideration the OCP, transportation master plan, and the downtown plan. So all of that will be considered in this work.
Your Worship, thank you for allowing me that question. I got one more here.
That's not presuppose what the consultant's going to do.
This is the first mile, the last mile, talking about. We mentioned about paratransit. Right now, the paratransit does have some of that, where the accessible taxis are helping. Is that going to be enhanced as you working on the 25-year plan? That this idea of last mile is going to be enhanced within transit, or how's that going to look like?
Through your worship, so that also will be work that will be done in this project. Okay. So through consultations, through what other municipalities are doing, that will be part of the report that comes back.
Okay, thank you.
Okay. Councillor Massanelli.
Thank you. I only have one question. Through this report and through all the other sustainable motions and green initiatives brought about, will this be to the point of incentivizing people to take the bus to try to reach some of those green initiatives, or just for reinventing what we do with transit?
Mr. Onright.
Through your worship, so as Mr. Bells had indicated, looking at greening transit, having transit become a part of the work that has come forward, that will be coming forward to get Regina to being a sustainable community by 2050. That will be part of this work, and also the fare structure, which will include programs that will enhance or increase ridership on buses, and that will all be a part of this work that the consultant will be doing.
So not necessarily, but it could come to that point because of what's been started.
Mr. Onright.
Through your worship, Councillor, can you repeat that again, please?
I said so, not directly, but it is coming to that point because of the lens and the incentives started.
That is correct.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Massanelli. Other speakers to the report? Okay, there are none. Mr. Clerk.
Thank you, Your Worship. I'll start with you again, Councillor Fundura, please.
In favor.
Councillor Bresciani.
In favor.
Councillor Stevens.
In favor.
Councillor Hawkins.
In favor.
Councillor Young.
In favor.
Councillor Murray.
In favor.
Councillor Bryce.
In favor.
Councillor Mancinelli.
In favor.
Councillor Flagel.
Yes.
Mayor Fougere.
I vote yes.
Carries 10-0, Your Worship.
Thank you very much. So we now have a bylaw that Councillor Fundura will take us through. Councillor Fundura.
Okay. Thank you, Worship. I move, seconded by Councillor Bresciani, that bylaw 2020-2053 be introduced and read the first time.
Anyone opposed? It's carried.
Thank you, Your Worship. I move, seconded by Councillor Stevens, that bylaw 2020-53 be read a second time.
Any discussion? Anyone opposed? It's carried.
Thank you, Worship. I move, seconded by Councillor Murray, that Council hereby consent to bylaw 2020-53 going to the third reading at this meeting.
Anyone opposed? It's carried unanimously. Councillor Fundura.
Thank you. I move, seconded by Councillor Flego, that bylaw 2020-53 be read a third time.
Anyone opposed to third reading? It's carried. Thank you, Councillor Fundura. City Manager report and bylaw. We have the checkout bag ban bylaw. Do I have someone to move that, please?
Your Worship, I'll move that.
Councillor Hawkins, go right ahead. The floor is yours.
Do I need a seconder for that?
You do.
Councillor Young will second it.
Okay, Councillor Young, thank you.
Thank you very much. Council will recall that at the May Council meeting, we passed a motion asking the City Administration to prepare a bylaw that would ban single-use plastic checkout bags. They have done that. I want to thank Mr. Onright and his staff, Mr. Wary and his staff, both for preparing a report on this matter and for bringing back a bylaw for our consideration next. The report tracks the request of Council closely. It bans the single-use plastic checkout bags. It provides appropriate exemptions to that ban. It provides for a delay of 1 year from passage of the bylaw so that merchants can get ready for the ban and so that a robust public education program can be put in place. It also provides that if unfortunately COVID or any other health emergency has intervened, there will be a delay to accommodate that intervention. And finally, the report and the bylaw provide for an enforcement mechanism, the enforcement mechanism under the Cities Act, which allows for a notice of violation. The notice of violation will set out the fine, but will provide for payment to City Hall at a reduced rate, and failing which there will be a summons issued. So I want to be fairly brief on this because we've discussed it previously. I just want to say that the ban on single-use plastic checkout bags has been adopted in a great number of communities, not only in our country, but across North America. It's designed to prevent litter. It's designed to preserve the life of the landfill and to avoid waterways being clogged by these bags. I anticipate that enforcement will be relatively straightforward because of the support for merchants for this ban as demonstrated by a survey conducted by the city, and because of support of the citizens also shown in that survey, and shown by the fact that major organizations like Sobeys in non-COVID times had already switched to paper bags and to reusable bags brought by the consumers. So I'd ask for council support for the report, and once we have that, we can consider the bylaw that the administration has drafted. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Hawkins, for that. Are there any discussions on the report? Pretty straightforward from what we've been talking about before. I see none, so I have one question in the administration for clarification. That the implementation plan speaks to not coming into effect until August 1st, 2021. Other parts of the report and previous commentaries on this talked about or until we're through COVID. So I want to be clear in terms of the objectives of the bylaw itself. Is it absolutely August 1st? And if we, heaven help us if we are still having COVID by then, does that change the time we implement this? To the administration? Mr. Onright?
Through your worship, no, if COVID was still in play August of 2021, that would override the implementation date.
Thank you for that. Okay. Okay, we have no other speakers to this one. I'll ask for the question to be called. Mr. Clerk.
Thank you, Your Worship. I will start with Councillor Hawkins, please.
Thank you. In favor?
Councillor Young.
In favor?
Councillor Stevens.
In favor.
Councillor Bresciani.
In favor?
Councillor Findura.
In favor.
Councillor Murray.
In favor.
Councillor Bryce.
In favor.
Councillor Mancinelli.
In favor.
Councillor Flagel.
Yes.
Mayor Fougere.
I'm in favor.
It carries 10-0, Your Worship.
Thank you very much. And we'll go to the bylaw. Councillor Findura.
Thank you, Worship. I move seconded by Councillor Mancinelli that bylaw 2020-49 be introduced and read the first time.
Anyone opposed to first reading? It's carried.
Thank you. I move seconded by Councillor Bryce that the bylaw 2020-49 be read second time.
Any discussion at second reading? Anyone opposed? Second reading is carried.
I move seconded by Councillor Stevens that Council hereby consents to bylaw 2020-49 going to the third reading at this meeting.
Anyone opposed? Motion is carried unanimously.
Your Worship, I move seconded by Councillor Hawkins that bylaw 2020-49 be read a third time.
Anyone opposed? Motion is carried. Thank you very much. So we'll move on to Planning Commission report. This is on report 20-71, 1378 Hamilton Street, a discretionary use. Councillor Young.
Thank you, Your Worship. This is in the warehouse district, and it's a discretionary use for several possible proposed uses. It's discretionary because the floor area exceeds 300 square meters. It was applied for in 2016 and then expired in 2018 with no tenants. New approvals being sought for 8 potential uses, all of which are allowed in this zone and all have the same parking requirements. The parking in this next to this building is in excess of the minimum. So this is providing the developer with flexibility in attracting and finding tenants in this market. This is an excellent adaptive reuse of an existing building that reflects the traditional architecture style found in the warehouse district. It fits well with the businesses on that street. Planning Commission was unanimous in asking for concurrence, Your Worship.
Thank you, Councillor. Can I have a seconder for this, please? Councillor Findura, that's good. Any discussion on the report? Councillor Young, do you have any additional comments to close debate?
No, I think it's all been said, Your Worship.
Thank you very much. Mr. Clerk, vote on the report, please.
Thank you. I'll call upon you, Councillor Young, first, please.
I approve.
Councillor Flagel.
Yes.
Councillor Mancinelli.
Yes.
Councillor Bryce.
Yes.
Councillor Murray.
Yes.
Councillor Findura.
In favor.
Councillor Bresciani.
In favor?
Councillor Stevens.
In favor.
Councillor Hawkins.
In favor?
And Mayor Fougere.
I vote yes.
Carries 10-0, Your Worship.
Thank you, Mr. Clerk. We move on to notice of motion. So as per the beginning of the meeting, we had unanimous consent to waive notice for several councillors with respect to the enforcement plan for noxious weed control. I'm going to ask that Councillor Hawkins begin the discussion, introduce the motion, and ask for seconder right after that.
Thank you, Your Worship. I want to begin by thanking Council for considering this matter today as an urgent matter. This is a motion which calls for City Administration to prepare an aggressive weed control enforcement plan for consideration by our council at our meeting in August. It asks that the plan include necessary bylaw amendments to strengthen enforcement measures, and it asks that a robust public education campaign be prepared in connection with the control of noxious weeds. The weeds have been a problem in the city this year, and a particular problem in new subdivisions, and I can speak especially to Harbor Landing. In Harbor Landing, there were two sorts of issues. One involved the development of an environmental reserve, which is an area of land which stretches through the spine of Harbor Landing, which is going to be allowed to go to prairie grasses and force out weeds. There were challenges with the planning of that. We held a virtual meeting with the residents of Harbor Landing affected. Questions were answered. The administration did a very fine job of outlining the plan, and I think the public residents were reassured by that. But beyond that, there's a different issue with weeds on vacant lots, on lots that developers have not developed, on some home lots where residents haven't taken care of their properties, on lots where there are absentee landowners and tenants haven't taken care of the properties. All of those are leading to the neighborhood looking in an unsightly way, and they're especially leading to residents who are keeping up their properties having to deal with weeds blowing in, and it's a problem as well for pets. So for all of those reasons, I had discussions with the administration. I want to very much thank the city manager and the city solicitor, and this motion comes out of those discussions. It asks for an enforcement plan, one which will better outline offenses, better deter offenders, and repeat offenders, which are important. That may involve some bylaw amendments. Fines may be too low. They have to be looked at. Our enforcement practices have been reactive as opposed to proactive. That is, we require a complaint. The warning periods are long. All of our avenues of enforcement aren't followed simultaneously, which may be a problem. They'll look at whether or not we can issue a notice of violation and how quickly we can have the city go in and clean up weeds and charge it back against the property tax bill. There's also a question of how aggressive prosecutions have been. In the past, we've been very slow to do this. All of this wrapped up in the notion that summer in Regina is short, weeds grow fast. If we don't act quickly, they'll go out of control. So for all of those reasons, I bring this motion. I ask for council support. I thank those who have agreed to sign onto this with me. And Your Worship, I ask for a seconder.
Yes, a seconder for the motion, please.
Your Worship, I will second that. Bresciani.
Councillor Bresciani, thank you very much. Next speaker is Councillor Young.
Thank you, Your Worship. I would like to speak to number 2 of the resolution. We spent quite a bit of time as a council and as Public Works putting a bylaw in place for property standards, and part of that was that the enforcement would not be just complaint only, but it was also moving to compliance, so that people didn't have to call something in like a noxious weed, that there would be people looking for those kinds of things in neighborhoods. And I don't know whether that's even happening. And it takes a very long time for some things to happen, like removing a junk vehicle. So timing and whether the fines are big enough, especially in repeat offenders, and whether we have compliance or not are part of the things that I am interested in knowing more about. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Young. Councillor Bresciani.
Thank you, Your Worship. I too want to say thank you to Councillor Hawkins. I was glad to sign on to this. This is something that in the new area, so it would be the Creeks, the Greens on Gardner in my ward, has been fighting this for the last couple of years. The problem and the concern that I raise is that when people are out walking their dogs, their pets have congested some of the foxtail, which creates I mean, pets can die from that. So one of the things I'd like to ask administration, have we had any lawsuits or anything in that regarding people coming forward with concerns of their dog kind of with the lack of weeds everywhere? Have we had anything like that come forward from legal? I'd like to know through the chair.
Mr. Holden.
Through your worship, I'm not aware that we've had any formal complaints that would suggest litigation, but I will ask Mr. Weary to comment directly.
Mr. Weary.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. If I could get Councillor Bresciani to repeat the question. I'm not sure I'm understanding specifically where the inquiry is focused.
Councillor Bresciani, can you repeat that, please?
Yeah, thank you. The question is, so when this came out, this people had seen that this motion was coming forward. There was many concerned that their dogs had gone and had eaten the foxtail, had gotten very sick, had veterinarian expenses in this regard. So I'm just wondering, have we had any complaints in regard to that, or anything that to lawsuits regarding covering any kind of costs from veterinarians, that kind of thing? Through the chair.
Mr. Weary.
Good. Thank you for the clarification. I'm not aware. I have not specifically checked with our claims area. They would be the ones that would receive claims initially. If it's just something that's come from this past weed season, then probably anyone who had filed a complaint, we would still be at the complaint or claim processing stage and wouldn't be into a litigation process yet in any event. But I'm not aware, to answer the question, of any of these types of complaints coming forward to our claims department. And I have an opinion in terms of the liability for a claim of that nature, but I would prefer to just keep that opinion to a private discussion with members of council if there is a need to explain it further.
Councilor Bresciani.
Through the chair, thank you, through the chair. I've written to the Regina Home Builders advocating that the weeds need to ensure that vacant lots for developers, homeowners, we try and get everyone to look after their yards. I think the concern is that if these large open spaces have these foxtail and that growing, they move to the smaller residential lots. And I think the concern is the residents are saying if they're not looking after them, how can we look after them? So, and then another piece is, the city has to look after their part. So I really think this is, I hope, collaboratively that everybody can consider that we need to ensure that the weeds come down. The concern is the weeds get worse. If we don't do anything, they continue to seed and reseed into other areas. So I would hope that through this motion, we're able to look after the weeds. And if not, then if it has to come to a budget discussion, because I think that residents are very, very upset about the weeds and how they've been able to, people are not looking after them, but also there's concerns with the city as well. So I'll leave it there. We'll see where the motion goes and go from there. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilor Bresciani. Councilor Flagel.
Thank you. Somebody tell me the difference between a weed and a noxious weed, besides a thistle and a foxtail. There's got to be more than that. They can't just be the two.
Mr. Holden, I'll ask the city manager to answer that question.
It's Ray's on.
Okay, so we're actually going to refer that question to Ray Morgan.
Mr. Morgan, are you there?
An expert in weeds.
He's the weed man.
Mr. Morgan.
Through you, Your Worship, a little bit of difference between noxious weeds and nuisance weeds. A nuisance weed would be considered like a dandelion, where it's quite almost a common thing, whereas a noxious weed defined by the province would be something that would be having a negative impact to agriculture, where it's quite invasive and quite destructive to turf areas or pasture lands, for that example. A good example of noxious weed would be in the city would be leafy spurge, but a nuisance weed, again, is a lower, less degree, would be like a dandelion. So we do have noxious weeds in the city, and we do have nuisance weeds in the city, certainly.
Thank you. So from a city point of view, how do we control our own weed population in the parks? Because that seems to be a lot of concern for people. They're walking in the parks, and their dogs should be on leashes, of course, not eating the cattails and stuff like that. But what do we do as a city to, remove the dandelions, remove the thistles, remove all these other noxious weeds or nuisance weeds, so people can walk in the park and look at grass, not 4 different kinds of weeds?
Mr. Morgan.
Through you, Your Worship, we do have a program where we do control weeds in park spaces by mechanical control, which is like by mowing practices, and that's quite common. We also do have a herbicide control program on athletic fields, where we try and ensure that those athletic fields are safe for the public to use. So we do use both practices in areas. As far as those vacant lots that are owned by the city or in environmental reserves, we do go in and control those areas. Councillor Hawkins points out the Harbour Landing Environmental Reserve. We're going to be going in there and applying herbicide to help control the thistle and dandelions in that area. So yes, we do have a program, but it's mostly concentrated on athletic fields and noxious weeds in some of the vacant areas, and also some environmental and one-off park spaces.
Thank you. The other thing is that in some cases, if you keep cutting it, eventually it goes away, or is it the opposite? You need to put a herbicide on it and get rid of it.
Mr. Morgan?
Through you, Your Worship, yes, mechanical control does have some benefits where we're not using herbicides, and it does have an impact. Although in some cases there becomes a point where we just need to use our last tool in the toolbox, which is herbicides, and can be quite specific on the target weeds. But that's our last tool in the toolbox, and we have used it in the past to help control weeds in park spaces.
Okay, thank you. Thanks.
Thank you, Councillor Flagel. Any other comments on the motion? Councillor Massanelli?
Thank you. What type of effect would this motion have on easements or, say, mailboxes, weeds that show up in those locations? Who would the responsibility end up being assigned to?
Mr. Morgan? What's that? Okay. To the solicitor.
Thank you, Your Worship. I can speak to what I think the motion is getting at, because there have been some discussions about this issue in terms of who is responsible for maintaining either city-owned property that is by the roadway, or for roadway allowances where the city is responsible for maintaining their roadway, sidewalk, etc. So there have been discussions that have happened within administration about whether we need to change the rules to make it an obligation of a property owner that borders on these lands to maintain them. Similar, I suppose the best analogy is the legal obligation that commercial property owners have to maintain city sidewalks in the winter. It would be that type of a model where we would potentially recommend for council's consideration a set of rules that would be put into probably the community standards bylaw that would require property owners to maintain the the public space in front of their property. And if they don't, then it would be similar to the penalties that might be used for private, if they're not maintaining a private property. That, I think, is the gist of this motion as I read it. So that would be something that we could, again, time is short here for us to come back with a very in-depth analysis of that, but we can certainly, by the return date, have some general comments on what that might look like, what bylaw it might go into. So, and as I said, there is some precedent for this already in some of our city bylaws.
Okay.
Thanks.
I have a follow-up for that. We've been through a pandemic this year, all kinds of efficiencies found. This motion has some pretty specific outcomes and actions to be taken. Is there any staffing, costing, or budgetary outcomes incurred on this motion? And will it displace any other work to be done or any other initiatives by the city to accomplish?
Well, I can speak to that, Your Worship.
Go ahead. Our staff complement to the extent that this involves bylaw enforcement staff, I can speak to that part of it. If there's others related to parks maintenance issues, then it would be Mr. Morgan and Ms. Howrelak to speak to that. But from the bylaw enforcement perspective, if we choose different enforcement priorities within our existing staff complement, that it does mean that it will come, if we redirect resources to this particular enforcement problem, it probably means that we will be needing to direct it away from other activities. I can advise council that we are working to increase the resources within our department quickly to add a couple of casual positions for the second half of the season here. So we are looking within our existing budget to expand the enforcement resources that we have for this seasonal problem. So we do plan on doing that. And then in terms of the noxious weed issue and weed control matters, as has been commented by other councillors, that likely will be something that we would consider bringing forward as part of the 2021 budget request from the bylaw enforcement area. So you may expect a request for additional resources for 2021, but we will put that forward, and it would be vetted by administration first to determine if that's something that we want to recommend. I just saw a surprised look on the city manager's face when you said that, but that's okay. Councillor Massanelli.
Just to follow up through that, that's one portion of the implementation of this motion. I also see a communication package. There's a couple other things there, that's why I was asking. But I guess if no one else from administration has anything to add, that answers my questions.
Thank you very much for that. That's good. Just going to be mindful of the time. It's coming up close to 5:45, and that's when our meeting will be ending. So I want to stop discussion, but keeping the deadline in mind. Any other discussion on the report, on the motion? Councillor Hawkins, do you want to close debate?
And thank you, Your Worship. I'll end simply by saying that this plan that we're looking for covers noxious weeds and nuisance weeds and all other bad weeds. It's not limited. And by saying that there may well be bylaw amendments coming out of this if those are required to have a strong weed control plan. Thank you for your indulgence.
Thank you, Councillor Hawkins. To the clerk for the vote, please.
Thank you, Your Worship. I will begin with you, Councillor Hawkins, please.
In favor.
Councillor Stevens.
In favor.
Councillor Bresciani.
In favor.
Councillor Findura.
In favor.
Councillor Young.
In favor.
Councillor Murray.
In favor.
Councillor Bryce.
In favor.
Councillor Mancinelli.
In favor.
Councillor Flagel.
Yes.
Mayor Fougere.
I vote yes.
Carries 10-0, Your Worship.
Thank you very much. So we have 7. I think this is a record number of motions. And as we always do, a notice of motion, I'll let each member who's moving the motion read just the resolution, not the whereas. So I'll start with number 12. This is Councillor Stevens.
Thank you. I'm just trying to find it. Where are we? Sorry, just gonna, yeah, there's a big stack of them. Okay, be resolved that administration conduct a review of the Unwanted Guest Initiative in consultation with the Regina Downtown Business Improvement District, Regina Anti-Poverty Ministry, Reconciliation Regina, and other community-based organizations, and provide a report to Council by Q2 2021 that addresses the implications of the initiative for poor and vulnerable populations in Regina, addresses the implications associated with collecting race-based data in the course of enforcing the initiative, recommends alternative mechanisms of responding to associated calls for service that are sensitive to the needs of marginalized populations that might be targeted by the initiative, and provides Council with policy recommendations that it can then advance to the provincial government and the Regina Board of Police Commissioners.
Thank you, Councillor Stevens. Councillor Young.
Your Worship, on a
Yes.
procedural point, I believe we had to vote the bylaw with respect to the weed report. We approved the recommendation, but I believe there's a bylaw attached there, isn't there?
No, I don't think there's a bylaw. The bylaw will be coming. Didn't see it on the list either, Councillor Hawkins. Is there a bylaw?
Perhaps.
Where's the bylaw?
I made my mistake. I apologize. My mistake.
Okay.
Well.
Councillor Hawkins, or sorry, Councillor Young, for your motion on sidewalks.
Yes, Your Worship. Be it resolved that administration prepare a report for the 2021 budget discussions that will outline the resources necessary to shorten or eliminate the wait list for remediating sidewalk cracks and other forms of sidewalk repair to reach the goal of making walking a safer means of transportation in the city of Regina.
Okay, thank you for that. Councillor Flagel.
Thank you. Be it resolved that administration conduct a review of surface parking lots restrictions as outlined in Regina Downtown Neighborhood Plan and Regina Zoning Bylaw number 2019-19 and prepare a report on a temporary parking lot policy that includes the following and any associate implications. Temporary suspension of parking lot restrictions be limited to 3 to 5 years. Upon there would be an assessment. Consult with RD Bid, commercial property investors, agents, developers, and property owners to determine what standards and safety measures should be put in place for temporary parking lot policies such as lights, maintenance, fencing, landscaping, drainage, surface covers, etc. Decommission process for the removal of temporary parking lots, a provision for an annual per stall contribution to downtown deferred revenue account, and report back to Regina Planning Commission by January 31st, 2021.
Thank you, Councillor Flagel. Councillor Bresciani, you're next. On drainage and lot grading regulations.
Okay, just 1 second here.
Yep.
Therefore, be resolved that City Council direct administration to prepare a report as outlined in MN 19-10 for the Public Works and Infrastructure Committee by no later than December 2nd, 2020, and include, number 2, include associated costs and implications for the implementation of such a regulation as part of the 2021 budget considerations.
Thank you for that. And motion 20-16, Councillor Stevens or Councillor Hawkins.
Councillor Stevens.
Councillor Stevens, are you there?
Yeah, sorry, I'm just working on mute here. Be resolved that administration review existing fines and costs associated with polluting spills and leaks affecting land, waterways within Regina to ensure that those costs and fines are sufficient to repair all resulting damage. Commit to making public all spills and leaks that could compromise our treatment facility infrastructure, effluent quality. Develop regulations that would require the city to give public notification within 24 hours of all spills and leaks affecting land and waterways within Regina. Commit to making public the quality of effluent released by the wastewater treatment facility into the water system. Develop regulations that would require the city to make public all waste and water agreements that it enters into, along with the implications of those agreements for city infrastructure. Immediately request the provincial and federal ministries and regulators to do the following: report all spills publicly and promptly in a searchable database, make transparent its process for assessing and imposing fines, make public the number of fines and their amount, along with the polluter receiving the fine.
You said that all in one breath? Thank you for that.
I did my best, yeah.
Okay, so we'll move on to 17. Councillor Bresciani or Councillor Stevens.
So therefore be it resolved that administration consult with the Regina Police Service and report back to the Community Protective Services Committee of Q1 of 2021 on the following but not limited to: reducing vehicular noise, modify the current bylaws to provide police the means to enforce the law, increase fines for nighttime hours from 10 p.m. to 7 a.m., establish noise thresholds measured by sound levels and decibels similar to other cities, establish vehicle equipment standards for mufflers and tailpipes, increase enforcement authority to bylaw officers to investigate similar to cities of Edmonton and Toronto, develop a communication strategy for education and enforcement, and engage with other municipalities respecting efforts they have taken to reduce vehicular noise, identify any associated implications or cost for equipment that would be required for testing, to reduce stunting and speeding within city limits, engage with other municipalities respecting traffic calming, strategies to reduce racing and stunting, and adopt the use of temporary speed bumps or other mechanisms.
Thank you very much for that, Councillor Bresciani. And I will read motion 18. The City Square Plaza on 12th Avenue be renamed Pat Fiacco Plaza, and the administration shall ensure appropriate signage is erected to commemorate the naming of this amenity. Thanks everyone for that, and we'll go into the bylaws and related reports. Executive Committee, Election, COVID-19 Contingency Planning. Councillor Fundura.
Thank you, Worship. Introduce CR 20-72, a recommendation that City Council approve amendments to the mail-in ballots bylaw number 2012-42 as follows: that the voters be able to apply for mail-in ballots, voters need signatures, and declaration of a personal requesting mail-in ballots. The voters register form is witnessed by a person that falls within the list of prescribed persons outlined in Appendix A. Providing proof of their identity, providing copies of the government insurance ID, and so forth. So on July 8, 2020 meeting of the Executive Committee, the committee considered the attached EX 2024 report from the Office of City Clerk. The committee adopted the resolution to concur in the recommendation contained in this report, Your Worship.
A seconder for that, please.
I'll second that.
Thank you very much, Councillor Massanelli. Discussion on the report.
Your Worship, if I'll close debate.
You want to, well, there's no other speaking, you can close debate.
To Your Worship, just a question. I had a comment and a question asked of me about this, the bylaw and the mail-in ballots, is where in the U.S., judge walking down the street found a whole bunch of mail-in ballots on the ground. What's our foolproof system here as we're going through this? Is there any concern that anything could be miscued or fall off a wagon or sort of?
Mr. Clerk, do you want to take that one on?
Thank you, Your Worship. Our plan, Councillor Fundura, is upon receipt of a mail-in ballot application that we'll be resending it by registered mail, so that will decrease, I believe, any problems from the outset. And so from there, it's Canada Post's responsibility to get it back to us as per regular mail. But nothing is going to go astray or should go astray from our end because of the use of registered mail.
Okay, so then to follow-up question, Your Worship, yeah.
Councillor
So we would you said registered mails. I mean, whoever's asking for the mail-in would have to show ID to who? To post office, a mail delivery person, or who would that be?
Mr. Clerk?
Through you, Your Worship. I haven't received registered mail for some time, but I believe that if it's registered to person X, then person X is the one signing for it.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Fundura. If there's no other speakers, I'm going to ask the City Clerk to take the vote for us, please.
I will start with you, Councillor Fundura, please.
In favor.
Councillor Murray. Councillor Bryce.
In favor.
Councillor Mancinelli.
In favor.
Councillor Flagel.
Yes.
Councillor Young.
In favor?
Councillor Hawkins.
In favor.
Councillor Stevens.
In favor.
Councillor Bresciani.
In favor.
Mayor Fougere.
In favor?
Carries 10-0, Your Worship.
Thank you very much. So we'll go to the last two bylaws, 2020-51, the tax amendment bylaw, and 2020-52, the election amendment bylaw, which must be passed today. Councilor Fundura.
Your Worship, first I'd like to request that we separate the 2020-51 and 2020-52 to be read separate.
We'll do the 2052 first.
52 first?
Yes.
Okay, thank you, Your Worship. I moved, second by Councillor Stevens. I moved, second by Councillor Bresciani, that 2020-52, the bylaw 2020-52 be introduced and read the first time.
Anyone opposed? Carried at first reading.
Thank you.
Fundura.
I move, second by Councillor Murray, that the bylaw 2020-52 be read the second time.
Anyone opposed? It's carried at second reading.
Thank you, Worship. I move, seconded by Councillor Flagel, that Council hereby consent to bylaw 2020-52 go into the third reading at this meeting.
Anyone opposed? That's carried unanimously.
Thank you. I move, seconded by Councillor Young, that bylaw 2020-52 be read a third time.
Anyone opposed? That's carried. Councilor Fundura for bylaw 51.
Yeah. So I move, seconded by Councillor Stevens, the bylaw 2020-51 be introduced and read the first time.
Anyone opposed to first reading?
Second.
On second reading, not on first reading. Motion's carried.
Worship, I move, seconded by Councillor Mancinelli, that bylaw 2020-51 be read a second time.
Any discussion at second reading?
Yes, Your Worship.
Okay. Councilor Fundura, you got the floor.
Okay. If I could just get a help from the administration on the season license wording, that's a little to be corrected. It's a concern, and I believe it's in a former bylaw that it says that where a taxi cab broker fails to pick up the number of seasonal taxi cabs within 30 days, they will lose it. So if I can get a, I guess, explanation of how this is going to work, because the industry is quite worried about how this going to, what this is going to do. So if I may, to Your Worship.
Ms. Harlock, or City Manager? City Manager.
So through Your Worship, the part of the bylaw that you're referring to is the seasonal license, and the language in the bylaw is that if a broker does not pick up the seasonal license, then the license inspector may reallocate that. But I'll just have Mr. Weary just provide some insight into how that would be applied.
Mr. Weary.
Thank you, Your Worship. Yes, this is language that has been in the bylaw for a long time related to seasonal licenses, and the concern was always that if the licenses were issued, that they should be picked up so that if there's a need for taxi capacity, that it is being that they are being used. So that's the main reason that the taxi area is concerned about that. It is discretionary, as the city manager has mentioned. So we do recommend that it continue in this way. It's unlikely that they would be reassigned. What is changed in the bylaw is that the old bylaw required that any seasonal licenses that were to be reassigned would be done by lottery, so that the change now is that the licenses get assigned using the old formula and the assignment to the brokers. So that part has changed back more or less the way it was before, but we don't anticipate that it's going to cause a problem, but certainly we can keep an eye on it if the bylaw is passed as currently worded, and we can review that as part of a report back for the following. Again, these are seasonal licenses, so we expect that if passed, that the language in the bylaw that's in front of council tonight would be used for the upcoming seasonal license issuance. But certainly, if there are any problems that are identified, we can make changes in future years.
Okay, Your Worship.
Councilor Federa, go ahead.
There is a concern that, yeah, I mean, it could go both ways, right? It could go both ways. But is there something more stronger or that could be more, I would say not relaxed, but that the brokerages can at least have some assurance that, because let's say whoever's administering this might be doing a different job, and someone else comes in and they'll be reading the bylaw, right? So is there something that we could put to this, or can we, because I know we don't want to rework the bylaw on the floor, can we send it back to August to do this? And another should look at it and maybe consult a little more with or what would be the best way to do before? I mean, and again, I might just vote against this. I'm not sure if that's the way to go.
Mr. Holden.
Well,
through your worship, it's important, I think, that we get the taxi bylaw passed. It's taken us a bit of time to get to this point tonight. If council has a concern through the taxi industry about that particular piece, then we could undertake to bring a report in August to provide some definition around exactly how we would interpret that particular clause within the bylaw. And if we had to bring a further adjustment into the future, we could do that. And I might just ask Mr. Weary to comment if that would align with what he needs in terms of delivering that service.
Mr. Weary.
Your Worship, if it's a concern for council, we can explain the exercise of discretion that's in the bylaw, and we can check back with the taxi industry as well on this. But as I said, it is discretionary. We will take into account the concerns of the industry around how this is being applied, and we will make sure that we have a consistent approach. So, but certainly, if there's a supplementary report that speaks quickly to the issue that Councillor Fendura has raised, we can report back to council or committee within the next month. It's a fairly straightforward and discrete issue, so we can report back quickly.
So this is an undertaking that we will get a report, not, I want it more clear that we will have a report back next month. Mr. Holden?
Through your worship, we will bring a report to council at the end of August.
Councilor Federa?
Okay, so then through passing this bylaw, and then there'll be a supplementary report coming in August. If there's any more concern from now till then, that would be through your worship, then that would be worked out, correct?
Mr. Holden?
That's correct. So Mr. Weary will look at the interpretation of the language that is in the bylaw that will, if council approves it, we'll give you a report on that in terms of interpretation. There can be some conversation with the taxi industry, and if we need to make an additional change to amend that 30 days to a different number, then we'll bring that back and make a further adjustment to the bylaw.
Okay, so then to your worship, I'm going
to... I want to keep in mind here, we're already got an answer. Done. We have to stop at 6 o'clock.
I'm done.
And I know Councillor Flagel wants to speak as well, but we're going to have to take a vote on this to continue on.
Okay.
So, Councillor Flagel, I'll give you the floor, but I'd like to move on to finish the meeting so we don't...
Thanks. The other thing I was wondering about talking to the industry is that if we take the license back, can it be given to any cab company operating in the city of Regina if they don't use it within the first 30 days?
So through your worship, the language in the bylaw that's in front of you indicates that if a broker does not pick that up within 30 days, then it is discretionary and it may be assigned to another broker.
Okay. Okay. And the other part I'd like to see is that if, because of maybe this year would be a different one, but in that report, if it looks at maybe a 60-day window instead of a 30-day, because of COVID and all the other things that are going on. And there was also talk about maybe starting the clock mid-October instead of at the beginning of October, because they don't need them, right? Probably till November, actually. So November through to the end of April instead of October, because they're probably not going to take them up in October. So that's one of the things. The other thing on this bylaw is too is the pickup at the airport. Their concern is that if they have to.
Just on a point of order, honestly, because we have to have a vote to continue on after 6 o'clock. I don't want to stop your discussion.
We're almost,
yeah. It's just this is what this is. So you're getting into now the taxi. I don't want to stop the discussion, Councillor Flego, but we have to stop at 6 to have a vote to continue on past 6.
Let's vote, and then
we're now past 6. So a motion to continue on past 6. If someone wants to give me that motion,
I'll motion it.
Seconder, Councillor Fundura. Anyone opposed to that motion? Continue on then.
Okay, thanks. Just real quick, the airport fee, they're being told that if they have to put it on the meter, and they would rather just collect it, because if they continue to keep changing the number, which once you put a fee on, it might go from $2 to $2.25 to $2.50, if they have to come back and get the meter changed all the time. So they'd be open to collecting the fee and put a sticker on the window and everything like that. So that would be something else to look at in terms of the report that's going to come back, just as a food for thought. So I'll leave it with that, and then wait to see it in August. Thanks.
Thank you, Councillor Flagel. Any further discussion at second reading? I'm going to call the question on second reading then. Councillor Fedora, are you back again in this again? You want to speak again on there, or just I'm going to have the vote on second reading, or you want to continue to speak at it?
I just have one more quick comment that we're okay to go further. Just, like I said before, Your Worship, it could be different ways that you can do this. I don't want to stop this to moving forward. I mean, that's not the intent. I think City Manager made the statement that this is going to be worked out, and I feel comfortable with that the industry could live with that and moving forward. So thank you for that. I'm good.
So I'm going to take it to vote at second reading. Anyone opposed to second reading? It's carried. Councillor Fedora.
Okay. I move, seconded by Councillor Bryce, that Council hereby consent to bylaw 2020-51 going to the third reading at this meeting.
Anyone opposed to third reading? Carried unanimously.
I move, seconded by Councillor Hawkins, that bylaw 2020-51 be read a third time.
Anyone opposed? That's carried. Thank you, Councillor Fedora. Motion to adjourn.
So moved.
Councillor Hawkins seconds it. Anyone opposed to it?
I'll second.
Motion's carried. Have a great evening, everyone. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Good night.
Good night.
Good night, everybody.